I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fates are mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail. I cannot Fate is for mortals, only the brave know peace. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fades from mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Nbpl summer season at this point, as we're into our second split of the year. We're onto our first bi-weeklies as well of the of this run of the season. My name is Hitbrain. I am joined by Moxie. Moxie, how you doing?
I'm doing really good. I'm really hoping that we're going to see more of the same that Solos got yesterday. Which, if you didn't tune into Solos, my goodness, you missed out an absolute mountain of NARAKA. We went all the way through to game number 8. And for the first time, actually, this year, Spider and Mike were not the players that walked away with the bi-weekly finals win. It was instead JDD Xu Sheng picking up his first bi-weekly finals win, which is going to be something that definitely means a lot to him, given how long he has been in the Nbpl scene. So I'm hoping that Trios is going to be seeing something a little bit similar.
Yeah, Trios, I mean, last season, Trios really delivered. We had such an amazing season. The GG kind of storyline as they finally stopped being that bridesmaid and actually became the bride, taking the entire split to themselves. And I remember because the first two bi-weekly finals, I believe actually ended early in trios, sorry. And then the last two, which were the ones we covered, went all the way, or at least to game 7, so we at least got that one extra game, and it was so back and forth, more and more teams hitting that match point eligibility and kind of putting the pressure on to the top. And that's the thing that I kind of want to talk about. I know we talked about it quite a bit last season, but for anyone who is kind of tuning in for the first time or is new to NARAKA, the way we run the bi-weekly finals is we hit those 70 points, and then it is all to play for. And the first team who hits that 70 points just get focused down in every lobby. It's an absolute banger. Now, I believe I heard we had a video to run, so maybe we'll run that one. Oh, not a video. Don't worry. I heard in my head wrong.
我们现在有实力，也有信心，等着吧。
机会不是一直都有的，我们需要好好把握。
黑我就黑吧，对我来说是动力吧。
W 去打金多，假设也给了，能吃到吗？没吃到，裂开。
手段是先倒了，这个时候繁星手上刚敲自己的这个金刚，
没悬念了。
现在的话，接要唯一满天，看看有没有意外，此处这个时候能不能创造奇迹？那边独狼饼干也已经倒了，3打1交阵，
有机会能列第一
哟。最后7秒钟，这个血线有点扛不住了，自己再挂个火，应该没有。
又循环起来了，做机甲在一起，打完机甲又立复活，还真让他转起来了。
这个循环做得非常好，继续在利用自己的一个神庙机甲，不断做一个轮廓。俩哥们儿，你们都上了机甲，这一个奥义续航的也太完美了。
边张起灵选择拔刀，此时的拔刀斩击，那就完全可以打出效果。
是的，而且这一波是奈何好像打出了第2个千机侠，再做一次斩击。
是
OG 这边的话没有办法做反制啊，星宇现在孤家寡人一个，张起灵配合着兄弟们直接拿下了惠阳帝的胜利。
现在这波面临挑战，下面能不能站住？站住就是天选，站不住就直接淘汰。五二幺这边吃的蘑菇伤害不比他少，微博这边也有人下来，李新淼这里直接带走五二幺2个，虎啸开始了，成都积极，这个时间节点所有人都被虎啸带走了。
积极现在就是最强的队伍，来挑战我们吧。
There we go, just a look back at some of what has been happening in the last 2 weeks of NARAKA, because it's been a doozy, Jake. It started off like the first day of Trios, I got to be there, I got to bring the action. And it was really interesting because we went from like 2 extremes. On the first day of Nbpl Trios, there was literally no team other than JDG contesting the Spirit Wells, so JDG just kept getting them for free. And off of the back of that, getting their ultimates back, controlling the entirety of the last zone. And then we moved into the second day, and Spirit Wells got so contested that for the first time ever, we actually saw no one cap a Spirit Well. In fact, the contest for one Spirit Well went so long that the zone actually moved away from it before any team could actually just stay there long enough to be able to pick it up, and just the fighting moved on. And everyone who was scrapping it out just had to recover and hope to be able to blitz their way through. But you heard from GG, they think that they're the strongest team. Results definitely show that they're the strongest team. Not only have they walked away with the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League champion title, title of the spring season. They also walked away with the Koi Cup win as well. So GG at the moment holding on to all of those titles, and you can be holding on to some amazing drops. It's a bi-weekly finals, which means we're going to be going down to the bottom half of those drops. It's the champion bubble choice, which is absolutely adorable. These change like every single season or so. They cycle through the teams who've won the NBPL seasons, both in trios and solos. So make sure that your account is linked, not to let that one pass you by.
Yeah, make sure you get those goodies for yourself. It's always interesting because kind of just pulling it back a little bit to JDG, because they're a team who have always been a little bit inventive and sometimes ahead of the other teams. Seeing them kind of put a priority on the Spirit World, I believe it was them as well at the end of last season when the Spirit Worlds first got introduced, but were putting a lot of priority on those. And I think the key thing is how quick the teams adapt, and that's the big thing. You know, we had one day where it was JDG just ruling the Spirit Worlds, and then 2 days later, all of those other teams are now jumping in and going, okay, yeah, actually, this is the play. It is funny because that's how we kind of see the game work out. I believe I'm trying to think of like comps that came around. There was
PET influenced
right?
the Tesla composition. J Team were the ones behind Sand Siphon. We had JL coming through with the Xiphon composition. GG wanted to try the Valda composition. So, like you said, a lot of these teams look to successful players and successful teams to see where exactly the meta is headed. You are correct. A lot of teams have started putting prioritization on the Spirit World. I think one of the main outliers, though, for JDG was on that first day that KLA and Wolves were not actually in the lobby, and KLA and Wolves are two of those teams who will fight you tooth and nail to be able to grab those. So we can have a look and see what all of these teams are going to be starting. The seeding is determined from all of the points that they were able to put into the 2 days of play that they had during that regular week. FPX, ASE, DRG, BBE, KLA, as we've talked about, keep your eye on them. Alliance also coming in at 7th. As we can have a look and see the teams on the top 6. One of the huge benefits being that if you do well in the regular week, you get to bring more points to that starting position, which gets you closer and closer and closer to that 70-point match threshold. And we're going to see GG sitting atop the pack. Wolves a little bit behind them, as well as JL, one of the teams that you can never quite count out, given the fact that their roster is absolutely stacked. Two defending world champions on JL, and you want to talk about innovation. VVV and TXJ, definitely one of the most influential players in all of NARAKA.
Yeah, I think, well, JL were the favourites really last season, so for GG to get a win was absolutely a massive for them. And the fact they've held that, even going into the first bi-weeklies, is massive. Now, I was rushed because of the video, but for anyone who is tuning in for a first time, the way that the match point eligibility works is they'll be earning points through their games. Once you hit 70 points, you just need to get a first place in any game, and then the day is done and you win. So typically what we see happen is once a team hits 70 points, other teams will have a rough idea of where these teams drop. GG on Moros Isle, I mean, they're super telegraphed on where they drop. Always in the north, just of the I've completely brain farted on the name, but
Secret Tunnel. They always drop Secret Tunnel.
They always
right
drop
next
Secret
to
Tunnel.
Eventide.
It's been a long time since spring, man. Like my brain is still a little toast on that one. But here is our run of the day. We've got 3 maps coming up: Moros Isle, and then Padoria, then Holleroff. These are our first 3 games. These are where you're going to be earning up to that 70 points. And then from game 4, it's Padoria, Holleroff, Moros Isle, Holleroff once again at the ending on Moros Isle. Now the first 3 maps are Firefly maps, which means there's going to be a lot of rage up for grabs and the ability to build up those ult charges. I'm going to go to our comp expert in the sky, Moxie. Talk to me. What does this actually mean for like these 3 games? Are we going to see various different comps, or do you think the meta will kind of stay more standard in that sense? And the Fireflies are impactful, but not as impactful as they used to be.
Well, Fireflies are always going to be impactful. What's also impactful is the fact that it's going to be the first 3 games of the day, which means 0 hero points.
Yes.
Remember,
yes,
you only get your hero points given to you after game 3 has ended and we hit number game 4. So it's going to be very impactful. Definitely having to see all of the players trying to figure out which compositions they want to play where. Padoria is seeing a lot of Siphon both the Xiphon and the Sand Siphon, but it's also seeing a lot of Wu-Chen Tessa Viper. And the reason for that is because they like to use that composition to be able to contest the floating piles on the Mercury River. Wu-Chen is very, very strong because a lot of those floating piles actually have a ballista pointed directly at them. But obviously, if you have 0 hero points, you don't want to burn that Tessa Viper Wu-Chen pick when we're not going to be starting on Midoriya. We're going to be starting on Morris Isle instead. So I think we're probably going to be seeing a lot of the Kylan, a lot of the composition that you can see on your screens here. The Hardy, the Kylan, and the Zipping, which can be really, really strong given the fact that one, Hardy and Kylan have 2 really long duration ultimates that can just last you through an entirety of a Realm of Gang. But also, as we've talked about throughout last season and also this season, for the first 2 weeks that we've had this season, Kurumi still hasn't been pushed out of that SSS plus tier spot by the Zipping. And the fact that we now have a composition which allows the Zipping to be slotted in as opposed to the Kurumi definitely lightens a lot of the burden that having Kurumi in so many compositions brings when it comes to those hero points.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of sticking on the hero points, obviously the 0 hero points for the first 3 games is actually, I would say, the most impactful for the teams at the top. Because I believe, is it after game 5? I can't remember if it's 4 or 5, where we actually, the pick order is determined by the order of the lobby. So the people, the highest points are at the lowest priority for the pick order, and those with the lowest points are actually at the top of the pick order, which means the hero points get spent bigger, means each comp is going to cost you more and more as you get into the day. So once we hit that point, it's going to be, obviously it's going to be rough immediately for the teams at the top, but if you're in first or second place, you're going to be spending a lot more points to get more contested comps as the day goes on. And if the day does drag out and you can't close it, you might find yourself in a position where you're just running out of points to build the decent comps to kind of take it to game 7 or 8. And that's where they could have a real struggle. So these first 3 games are really about getting into that 70-point mark as quick as possible before you have to start spending points to find those MVP wins.
I can definitely see JDG as well going for that Tianhai composition that they just showed off. Tianhai has been seeing a lot of play now that Spirit Wells have replaced those Morse Blessings. The ability to use that dome as just a giant shield, a pseudo stand-in to Mulch Ultimate to be able to safekeep your Monk player when the transformation is up is really, really important. The problem for JDG is that this isn't one of the regular weekdays. They're not rotating through some of these lobbies where they have to go against KLA Wolves. They're going to constantly have to go up against KLA Wolves. And Wolves is one of the teams who actually started pioneering the Transformer composition around the Spirit Well. So I can definitely see JDG going for that in the first match. No surprises that the most picked composition currently is going to be that Xiphon with the Kurumi over the Zipping. I feel like the Kurumi is just the standard. If we do see the Zip come through, it's mostly because these teams are going to be pressed for hero points. That's a Kurumi Takeda and a Tianhai. There it is. This composition has indeed caught on. Kurumi still being incredibly strong. Transformer getting a huge lease of life. Now that, as we've talked about, all of that damage just gets blocked by a Spirit Well if you've been able to position right in the middle of it before the dome actually decides to pop into existence, it can be incredibly strong. But here's the problem. It's incredibly strong when there's one team running Transformer. Actually having to scrap over that space inside the dome makes it much more problematic for all of these players. KLA going to be going with a composition that they've already showed off. This is the Tianhai Zai Feria composition coming through from them. Incredibly interested to see whether or not they've got it working a little bit better than it had in the regular week, as we have one of our Kylan picks coming through from Bowder. JDG not going for the Transformer.
Yeah, maybe saving it for a little bit later. Be interested to see where they go for it. GG also locking in that Kylan comp over for themselves. Blind date coming in for JL. There's going to be the Yoto for OUG. And back a little bit with that one.
Yeah, this isn't the first time we've actually seen the traditional Attack on Titan composition run it back. KLA actually ran it again on the regular week. So it's always nice to see Yoto come back through. I would assume that KLA ran it with the F3. I'm very interested to see whether or not OUG are going to run the F2 or the F3 variant. I don't expect the F1, given the fact that combo breakers is just incredibly important, especially if you want to be able to try and challenge these spaces. Not just Realm of Yang, where the Attack on Titan competition is just not going to be able to do all of that much. But for things like the Spirit Well, I feel like a lot of the reason why we're seeing traditional Attack on Titan come back through is also because Transformers has started making a return, and Attack on Titan was originally created to be the counter to the TN High comps.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense, right? We're starting to see more and more of them show up. No traditional Transformer comps, just various different variants of it getting picked up here as we are. I mean, one last little look over and checking the hero talents. Again, this is more your area, Moxie. I don't think anything's overly surprising. The V2, F3 coming in for the Zeiss. That's pretty much standard what we expect to see from there. Yeah,
F3 Yodo, so yeah, combo break.
Yes.
Combo break coming through, not the F2. I mean, the F2 is a little bit more problematic because it's not immediately a combo break. Like, you get the blue frame and then you have to go into global frame, so you kind of have to time it properly. No surprises in what we're seeing from the Kurumi. It's going to be standard F1 coming through from Water as well as Godly, so no parry bell. The Viper is going to be the one that I feel has the most mix-up in terms of ability loadouts. So we're going to have a couple of teams running the F3, which is just that massive hard hit of damage immediately. Some of them running the silent variation though, so that they can try and find that silent on a valuable target like a Takeda or a TN High. We've got GG up to their usual antics, landing towards Secret Tunnel for that rotation. They are going to be challenged on it, however, so that's going to be a very fast fight that they're going to have to loot up for and try and take.
Yeah, so they are going to... I mean, this is pretty standard. We do see GG get contested quite a lot at Secret Tunnel. I would say it's been less coin flip this year than it was last year. Last year, it was kind of like a 50% chance whether or not they'd win the fight or not. But they've definitely been a lot more consistent on these hot drops. Looks like they're actually dropping on the temple first just to grab some gear before launching themselves into Secret Tunnel. Now, it does mean that they will be at a they'll be at a slight disadvantage because if they do get to the Fireflies last, but it looks like them and ASE
they're on top of
each
temple.
other.
They get the best stashes. Like, the best stashes on Eventide are at the top. As we are going to see more stashes, however, on the bottom, but you can see that, like, ASE just haven't been able to find the greatest loot coming through from it. That being said, it's not going to be GG or ASE who find the first fight. It's going to be DRG going head-to-head. Now managing to find a huge parry Kakaishi, managing to, off of the back of that hit of the F, just absolutely steamroll the damage. That is one of the worries that you have to have against the Viper F3. It does so much damage in one fell swoop that at the beginning of these rounds, if you just don't have the armor to be able to prepare for it, you're just gone.
Yeah, this is one of those things where, you know, unfortunately, your early loot can really determine if there's another team about the outcome of that start. Does it look like JDG to BBE in their sights here? Just grabbing some goodies on the way over. Pressure's coming in. The XJ already looking for the grapples onto Alliances. Yuma, a lot of damage actually on him. Already lost that armor, looking very, very weak. The XJ's just going to look to keep the pressure up as Alliance going to jump into the middle of this one. NY7 gets himself the ult off for a brief second there, just to get a bit of damage and some staggering onto the members of JL. DXJ just breaking away from this one, going to get a whole lot of heaps of damage put into him, able to tap dodge away from some of that as VVV going to go for a little bit of a turnaround, but TXJ's, the pressure's being kept onto him. Revenge keeping that pressure up. TXJ, can he actually find that opening? It looks like Alliance almost found the turnaround onto One Feng. One Feng goes down in the middle of all of this, and Alliance have found their opening. Down go JL.
It's so unlucky for JL. They just don't find that opening that they're looking for. The Matari is able to get the ultimate off. The Zai is able to get the ultimate off. Not sure if NY had a weapon when that fight began, but if he gets the Zai ultimate off, he's immediately gifted one. We're going to potentially see a transformation come through as poor CGS is actually going to get parried, lose the fan, have to rely on his Hardy to be able to get him out before coming in with the charged R&B on these fist blades, but it's directly into a Takeda ultimate, and these Furin shoves are absolutely horrible. The Kylan has to use the ultimate to guarantee that he's not going to go down to the Furin shove, grabbing him into the CC with the follow-up off of the charged R&B on that fan. And you see Water is going to go for the transformation. CGS going to be putting himself inside the building to avoid that grab potential before Water is going to drop down and look to try and keep up pressure on some of these players coming through from GG's end. Corki actually giving the Kurumi Tether to his player, with Lemon going out onto the Takeda, making it sour for GG to keep themselves in the sanctuary of the inside of the building so that they can't avoid the grabs. They don't have to avoid the ultimate any longer. Kurumi Healing Circle is going to be able to come through. That armor immediately going to be resurging all the way back as CJS looking to try and find the jump parry, anticipating the charged R&B on the fan, is instead going to utilize the charged LMB on those fist blades and absolutely melts through off of the back of LXM, coming in with a huge Hardy ultimate, parry after parry coming on through onto the field, as we're going to see the zip knife throwing in a little bit of sustain so that GG can start to recover. And GG LXM, huge Hardy ultimate, managing to just keep up so much pressure on the members of ASE once they've been able to burn through all of those ults.
That was also the big thing that you were talking about with this comp. It's just the longevity of it, how long the abilities and the ultimates last for them. They outlasted the Transformers there, and as soon as the Monk loses their form, it's a little bit rough for them. Now, Bowder, just having a brief look at those guys, running around quite a lot of purple gear already, so nice and early, but they've had a pretty solid start to this one. Some good loot for them to kick it off, as we are seeing DRG pressuring up here onto FPX. Zhao getting jumped here. A lot of HP already going to get taken off hit Xiaohu. Lovely little turnaround. They've got the Tessa urn up as well. These charms are going to be coming through, and that is just going to be a massive amount of damage, but a fair amount of healing does come in. Following up with the Viper to try and get the lockdown onto them, but doesn't look like it's going to happen. The Wu Shen port out. DRG, I think they bit off a little bit too much there, but Alliance are in the area, and they're going to look to tidy this one up. That's going to be the Zai ultimate popped here from NY7, keeping that pressure up onto Kakaishi. Can he finish him up? I think he can. Nice and easy. It looks like Alliance now looking to break away from this one. The Bane's Breath thrown down from the side of Alliance, so they have an area where they can fight, where they can be in control. Does look like members breaking away, and the Bane's Breath, even for Alliance, coming in their favor. Don't think anyone else is going to contest them now.
I mean, it's just really smart macro. They see the Witch and teleport, that beacon just lights up blue. They know that they can capitalize off of the players since they just don't have that get out of jail free card. As a result, Alliance's Zai pops the ultimate, having invested the F3 to be able to find the isolation on one of the DRG players. Gets the ultimate, gets the F3 back, gets the Matari ultimate, gets another reset of the F3, and Alliance with that Bane's Breath can manage to just keep off the team that had pressured DRG into throwing the Witch and teleport in on the first place. Like, they were so clued in on the fact that FPX were going to be hot on the heels trying to come in for that third party. They knew that they'd burned the Zai ultimate. They didn't want to have to take on another team to contest these kills. They drop the Bane's Breath. They move away from where the Bane's Breath actually is, so that when other teams come looking, given the fact that Bane's Breath is a huge AoE, it is a huge just giveaway that there's a fight going on between all of these teams. And the Viper Tessa Witch End composition, it's a third party. Sum 2 is the Matari, Kurumi, and Zai. They know that all of these teams are going to be on incredibly aggressive compositions, just patrolling the map, looking for fights that are already taking place so they can look into third party and get these kills when these teams just don't have the resources to be able to out-pressure them. And it's just really smart coming through from Alliance, and as a result, blink and you'll miss it. They're already up to 8 kills.
It's an absolutely killer start here for Alliance, and I think the big point about the comps being played with like these Tessa comps and things is they are a double-edged sword, because their power is the fact that they just explode. Everything gets thrown in and they hard win fights. But the disadvantage is when they don't have those ultimates charged up, when they're not ready to go, they're incredibly susceptible to getting jumped. And, you know, things like the Lu Shen, which is, again, a bit of a double-edged sword because it ults gets you out to safety, but also kind of just puts like it, you know, lights the signal that yeah, there's a weak team over here, and Alliance able to capitalize on that, closing the gap Alliance in 3rd place right now, so we are just going to see where the circle is taking us. What the Runway Yang spawning up soon, along with Spirit Wells as well. So, been a pretty explosive start already to this game, and I think that is just going to keep on going. As it looks like most of the teams are somewhat spread out. We do see BBE and ASE on top of each other, and actually JL and JDG collapsing in. Looks like JDG itching for a 3rd party onto ASE off the map.
Oh, GG are going for the win condition. They're rolling Jade so that they can get a good Jade and take it into Realm of Yang.
And the zone's moving to them, so they are sitting very pretty right now.
Yeah, they're uncontested on this one. I mean, OUG might start drifting towards them. But it's going to be definitely both of these teams wanting to go inside that Realm of Yang portal. Alliance, absolutely good to the teeth. Going to immediately be hurtling into that one. The teams that go for those immediate jumps into the portal tend to be the strongest ones in the lobby. And it does look like FPX have pulled the short straw and will be matching up against Alliance. Alliance are on a composition which is so strong for the Realm of Yang. You just have to outlive the burst duration coming on through. We're going to be following NY7 because the Zai is the engagement tool. Coming on out with the charged RMB on those Fist Blades. Has already used one of the F-Freeze. Hasn't got a reset on it just yet. Comes through with the charged LMB. Now gets the Matari ultimate to get another F-Free reset. They're up against the mirror composition, however, so they are going to be holding that one a little bit longer, trying to find the isolation on the team on the other turn. Both of these teams know that if the Kurumi is up, this Zai ultimate is going to be doing absolutely nothing in terms of damage. So we're seeing both of them hold it a lot longer than we used to. Huge power is going to deny NY7 from having those purple Fist Blades. Now, as a result, he's now going to be scaled to blue damage. Kurumi on the circle is going to come on through from the other team. Alliance running the Z ping, however, not the Kurumi. Don't have the means of being able to cleanse the fire tick from the Zai ultimate, and as a result, NY7 is just on full pure duty when that Zai ultimate comes on through, but his helper is absolutely melting. He gets the gold frame focus, will be able to charge up into the cone and put the pressure that Revenge is able to capitalize off of with a fast fan hit, and now it's just a numbers advantage cleanup. Kurumi Parasol gonna be coming through to just provide an extra little bit of mobility. The Efra is gonna track down Xiaohu, and Alliance are able to wrap it up. Really good stuff coming through from the team of Alliance, recognizing that if it did go to both of these eyes burning their ultimates, the team that they were up against would actually have the advantage, given the fact that Kurumi can cleanse the fire effect of the Zai V2, when Alliance would be stuck eating the full damage of it, as well as, unfortunately, the nerf in healing effectiveness, because one of the side effects of the fire tick dot is that all healing effectiveness is reduced by 50%.
Yeah, it's really, really impactful. Honestly, that was a very close Runway Yang, though, for the one we just watched there, where, you know, they were able to almost outlast Alliance. Alliance finally got that kind of burst window in, but pretty well played either ways. Now we are seeing that Wolves and Alliance did get their Runway Yangs. GG, Bowder. So Bowder beat GG inside their Runway Yang.
Yeah, so you can see which team loses the Realm of Yang by the portrait on the top left side. The teams that have Yang depletion, their portraits turn orange.
You know what? It's weird that I wasn't looking left and I was looking right. I was looking at the buffs at the top right of the screen and just not looking on the left side. But yeah.
No, KLA actually lost theirs too. Oh. Which is devastating for them because they're on a composition which is going to be really punishable in the open world if they get third-partied. That is a Feria, a Zai, and a Tianhai. If any team in the area sees that KLA are running this composition and see that they have to all in on a team, my goodness, the third party is going to be absolutely brutal.
Yeah, that could be a slight issue for them, but for now, we'll keep our eye on how they're going to handle this one. Bowder with this Vermilion Bird's Might after beating GG. Just currently keeping themselves entertained. But it's on the side of GG, KLA, and FPX to get some kills on the board. I mean, GG, they want to be hitting this match point eligibility. So only 4 kills at the moment. Teams are already catching up to them. Wolves 2 points behind. Alliance 2 points behind. JL not that far behind either. It's going to take them a game really to catch up. So GG, it's on them to keep their advantage.
But if you remember, Alliance started the day at 7th. And
yeah, I mean, Alliance
before we even go into second realm of Gang, they've been able to put together 11 kills and absolutely springboard themselves from 7th to 3rd.
Yeah, I mean, Alliance have been so good this year. They've always been the team that has been pretty underwhelming and had like one good game, and we got excited by that. But might have to hold that fort as Wolves get themselves in a fight here versus FBXM. With Hungsor just trying to find himself an opening onto a couple of members. Does get one hit off, but it's going to have to break away as multiple people chasing onto him. Gets the glider up. Just to break away now in the Escape using the bow, but there's a third party off in the distance, and this could get really dicey. Zem pinned against the wall, is able to knock them all back, is now just able to clear himself off that gate, off that wall, but OUG now sliding into this as well as the third party. There are so many teams collapsing on the edge of this zone. This is an absolute bloodbath that's going to be breaking out here. Wolves about to lose that Vermilion Birdsmite as well, so this could get really dicey for them, as that is going to be ZK going down. The Birdsmite will pop for him. Zem, I believe his will go off as well. But now it's all going to be on Bowder, who haven't got that Birdsmite for much longer. That's going to be timing out any moment now. Uran, he falls as well. Bowder just had to pull the plug, get themselves the reset before it got too late.
Well, we knew that this game would be explosive, especially because so many teams had Yang depletion. It's still cleanup as well, coming through from OUG, just finishing off some of the stragglers from FPX's end. Kurumi Amasoko is going to make it a little bit more problematic, but they will still be able to get the job done. Now, the reason why so many of those teams were just ready for that third party is that they understand teams with Yang depletion have to take a fight, and everyone is just waiting for a team with Yang depletion to show up and kickstart things. As we're going to be seeing the exact same thing. GG are here. GG still need to cleanse one of their players of Yang depletion. Their Zip, unfortunately, still has it. KLA also needing to cleanse 2 of their players. Alliance are going to be the team that gets turned on too, especially with the follow-up of that Tessa ultimate. NY7 going to be getting the Matari ultimate to try and find some form of recovery. Dips into that Zip, a little bit of sustain so that they can top up their Zai and potentially try and chase down the team that just had the Wuchen teleport forced out from them. Have to be careful that they don't stay too long in this zone, however, especially with the Zip. As we've talked about, poor KLA though, they're just going to lose Godly. He has 1 second, he's just going to go down to Yang depletion instead of giving a kill away to some of these players in the lobby, and in one fell swoop, KLA are reduced to just the Zai, which is why I was incredibly worried when I saw that this team lost the Realm of Yang fight and had to go into the open world, because even if they won against the team that they went to the 3v3 against, they would have to burn so many ultimates. They would have been so vulnerable to any of the fights that came afterwards. Speaking about vulnerable, FPX is locked into, I believe this is a 1 versus 3. And they're not going to take it as a 1 versus 3.
I like these
Instead,
odds.
poor Xiao is just getting hammered by repeating crossbow coming through from one of the flanks. As Paradise U plays keep away. Oh, just put the Zai out of her misery. There we go. Observers are going to look away from that fight and look at a fight instead that is going to be close. It's ASC versus Wolves. Wolves coming in with a skirmish from that legendary pulse, looking to try and referee some of the movement around them. Gem immediately going to be popping in with that Kylan V2, looking to find the disruption and the dash through, cleaving through so many players. The Kurumi Tower, unfortunately, just not coming through in time to be able to save the damage reduction from the Kylan cleave. And that's just Wolves in cleanup. Water will be able to grab 1. He'll be able to find the punt, but it's just not going to be enough. As this Kylan, the second that the V2 came through, it was just GG.
It's so much damage coming out from that V2. Absolutely bonkers. Now, I do have to admit, back in our first round with Yang, I actually like that they didn't kill immediately. I don't know if they still have. I think they were waiting for a bit.
Yeah, so there is
just
genuinely
so they get the buff
macro.
as late as possible.
Yeah, so you can get the buff as late as possible. Like, there is genuine thought behind it. It is not the
No. I think it was really intelligent of them. We did see other teams as well. Bowder have just finished it up now, so they were even
so
quicker.
they'll have the buff the longest out of all of the teams.
It's so big. I think it was JL in the finals who basically sat on top of a spirit well for ages in the finals of the last split. and they were going in and out, and just they literally just used it as a dome for protection and not for the buffs and everything inside until the last moment, until the zone was moving over it. They then collect their goodies and then go out. I think it's really good to use the use what the game gives you, because you know they, for the side of Bowder, like they're sitting pretty good. They got 8 kills, so every minute they spend inside the realm of Yang is a minute they're not fighting a team who could potentially take them out when it's only one person in front of you. Genuinely, really well played from Bowder. Gonna have to see how they're gonna now use that extra buff duration of the Draco Storm. Does signal to me that it's going to be more aggression. There's a fairly aggressive buff.
I mean, Hardy and Kylan with Draco Storm is terrifying.
Yeah, true.
But unfortunately, what's just as scary, if not scarier, is the prospect of all of these teams who have Yang depletion. FPX going to be losing Xiao. I do believe that Xiao was actually able to buy back the Mitari and the Kurumi. So FPX do have 2 players who don't have the affliction of Yang depletion. ASE looking like they might be going for the play of just run one of their players into the zone, having dropped all of their coins to... Yeah, Corki has all of the coins, so Water's going to sacrifice himself into the zone. He's going to go down, and then Corki will be able to buy his players back.
Yeah, it's pretty standard play as a solution, but it does mean that, you know, with the changes to the shops that we had last season, you know, spending that money on rebirth charms and not better armor and stuff like that, it is going to suck. It is going to be a bit of an issue for them. And now you have an undergeared player coming back. Water going to be running around with grey weapons and grey armor. Does need to go grab his... I believe he had a purple armor, so he should be able to go just find that off himself.
Yeah, they're doing the same with Dedicated too. Lamina's going to go down. And then in the same manner, it's very... It's an ally that they've been able to pick up this late 2 rebirth charms. And unfortunately, PvE's Fat Milk has actually spotted ASE's Corki and will take him down. As BVE were just scouting the area, they were looking to see if some of these teams were going for those styles of plays and trying to throw their players into the zone corruption so that they could cleanse the Yang depletion without having to pick up the Soul Bloom. Or that they could find some of these players who were a little bit behind in terms of the loot capability, maybe they were behind in terms of teammates, and wanted to play for the survivability and just stick as far away from the middle of the zone as possible. But unfortunately, by trying to play it safe, they actually put themselves into danger.
Yeah, we just see OUG also just get a kill on to one of the members of FPX. Junks goes down and all of that as well. 9 minutes left, and some teams starting to get a little bit worried with the state of their teams. FPX only got 2 people left on their team. Still, 12 kills onto Alliance. They haven't actually put any more together yet. But they've kind of done what they needed to do early. This is that very standard play that we see. You know, you get a very explosive start, and then you just chill out for the rest of the game. You don't need to go into Realm of Yangs. You don't need to go grab any other goodies, because you're pretty strong at this point. You just want to wait it out. Get the big kill multiplier at the end of the game. And I don't even know where Alliance are on the map right now. They are probably off hiding somewhere. It's a whole bunch of teams collapsing.
We don't have any Tammys. We don't have any Tianhais left in the lobby either. So it is going to be about who can position into a place that is going to immediately put them into a spot on the next Spirit Well. Haven't seen any major Soul Jades showcased either. None of these teams are showing off whether they have Merciless or Aurora Burst. We know that Wolves have, I believe that's a ranged legendary Soul Jade. So we'll have to wait and see what exactly comes through from XEM. As it is just going to be very much wait, because they don't want to give away what they have in the back pockets. We're going to have a look and see how Wolves are actually able to dispatch KLA inside their realm of Yang. Bow shots coming in out from the Kylan, as both the Farrier mech and the Tianhai transformation have been forced from the side of KLA. Wolves trying to come through. XEM managing to just threaten the space with that Hang Sword before putting pressure off of both himself and the Zip on that Farrier, forcing the booster so that the cannon doesn't get prio and being able to just melt and disrupt the composition that Wolves are wanting to try and find order from. Scare Rush comes on through. XEM still with this Hang Sword. putting the pressure, forcing the players onto the pillar so that the follow-up on that fan can be found. Godly now outside of that transformation is going to come on through, using the F1 to buy space for QGG, start to go aggressive and try and put more pressure, returning onto this. Kylan Poison Splash is going to signal that one of the KLA players has gone down, and Wolves XEM with the jump resets on the LMB of that Hengsud will be able to find the kill. And Wolves, that's how they were able to pick up their second set of legendary armor. There's the Spirit Wall coming on through. And it is going to be one of these times where it will be contested. JL and Bowder going toe-to-toe. Haven't seen whether or not it is going to be any legendary soldiers to come through. No, JL let Bowder pick it up before coming in with the Tessa ultimate, before anyone can try and make away with the loot. I do believe, was able to grab the legendary armor and just dip, as Bowder knew that the second that the dome shattered, there would be so many teams on top of them, and just planned to full disengage.
Yeah, that was a very, very good grab there from the side of Bowder, able to break away. We are seeing GG inside this no ult zone right now, just using it as a bit of a safety net for themselves. Holding fast. There's still got 6 minutes left in this game one. There's still a bunch of teams, 8 teams left in the lobby, so going to be a very explosive ending here. But like you said, all of our monks are gone. So positioning going to be very different. Where if there was a monk in the lobby, I think a lot of people would be currently turtling away from anywhere, any open spaces where the monk could punish. But that's going to make things a little bit different this time around, as OG just put a wind wall up inside a building, get himself out of dodge. We are actually seeing BBE Ibin go down to Bowder peak, able to secure the kill there with a repeating crossbow. Bowder now getting hit on by a couple of fronts here. Wolves ZK actually forcing BBE off on his own. The Bane's Breath is coming in behind, so that's going to force Wolves to reposition into BBE here. Going to see Zem jump forwards. Can't actually get too much damage off. They do nestle control of the high ground, which is exactly what Wolves were looking for.
Yeah, I mean, they were also wanting to put pressure on BBE so that the Kurumi Tava couldn't stick to the player that BBE were trying to revive. So, 2 birds, 1 stone. They've been able to stop the potential revive. Actually, they haven't been able to stop the revive, but they have forced BBE into Secret Tunnel to try and just recover unnoticed by the rest of the teams in the area. But they've also been able to grab the high ground spot that BBE have since recovered, abandoned from. OG trying to just live and stabilize as Wolves puts a little bit of pressure on them when they get too close. GG having to be very careful about how they rotate. They put themselves directly into the middle before putting themselves into the building so they can take cover inside Secret Tunnel. They're really happy. They started off their games normally on Morris Isle in this exact location. They know the space like the absolute back of their hand. They're going to be so well-versed in being able to just fortify up this space. You can already see LXM getting ready with that pulsar to put all of the pressure. They've foregone trying to cap the Spirit Well. As a result, Bowder is going to be fighting it out now from all of the other teams in the area. You with that pulsar just trying to play referee, as well as covered from the legendary fan from his players. As we're just going to see every single thing that Bowder can throw to make sure that this is our loot. You are not going to disrupt us from being able to take this. We don't have to smash and grab. And they all now have gold armor. GG might potentially have to see BBE out of their space as Bowder refreshed with all of their ultimates, having grabbed that Spirit Well, now going to be putting all of the pressure in, and this is why the teams that didn't want to contest the Spirit Well tried to put themselves into a position where they could defensively fortify the results once the Spirit Well's been capped, because Bowder is on an absolute rampage.
Yeah, that Mr. Might's going to do him a lot of good here. They know where everybody is. They have a little bit more defensiveness to them. As we did see a member of BBE go down. I didn't see who secured the kill off there, but Wolves actually looking to pressure up. But they need to be careful because Bowder with that Mystic are off in the distance, just taking pot shots at the members of Wolves. I think it was them.
Oh, they let the res go through.
Ibin is low, but he's able to break away. They tried to farm an extra kill by letting the res go through, but unfortunately did not pay off. Ibin, though, very low HP, and now Alliance are taking pot shots towards Ibin, who is getting healed up by his Kurumi. The ult comes down, so the armor will refresh here for Ibin. They're just taking so many pot shots off in the distance. It does look like they're going to be able to get themselves a bit of a heal off as just outside GG's door. Ivan does go down once again. It's JL's VVV who secures the kill onto them this time around as TXJ on top of the roofs where GG are. Circle's getting very small, Moxie.
Circle is getting very, very small. We still have 23 players left in this lobby. Barda still trying to put pressure from the sidelines on all of the teams clumped up inside those buildings. Flames Breath and Rupture Gale on that cannon is going to be doing so much damage. GG unfortunately caught right inside it, having to take all of the pressure. Yuna putting pressure onto Alliance as well. Yuma actually sees that Yu is trying to do just that, comes in with the Fran charge to R&B threaten, not for the kill, but just to give a little bit of reprieve for his team to be able to recover. Wolves XCM showcasing off the Cavalry Bloom that he wanted to be able to punish the revived Karumi player if the tether was successful. Unfortunately for him, he's got his back to the zone, has to use Cavalry Bloom to peel for his players. ZK going incredibly low, and we are going to see a huge hit of damage coming on through. Everyone taking LOS break around the pillar left, but unfortunately it's putting them into taking so much corruption tick damage, which just eats straight through the health, ignoring the shield entirely. Another Viper ultimate, this time from JL's TXJ, is going to come through. Two teams Wuchen teleporting, trying to iframe out of it. Doesn't look like that was successful. Bowders, you going to be taking the full hit of that V1 stun into the Tessa ultimate follow-up, and he does manage to get his Hardy to peel for him. The cube coming in absolutely clutch for the Kylan to be able to reposition. Wolves XCM on the low ground, unfortunately not able to keep that Kylan out of the stun, but he's still got the ultimate. CGS is going to be able to claim the kill, however, as XCM is able to dodge the next duration of the Tester ultimate, utilizing these Kylan dashes to get himself out of harm's way, in through a player, out the other side we go. Wolves getting so much pressure on all sides of the zone. As a result, it's going to come down to Wolves versus Bowder. It very much feels. GG also waiting in the wings. Above us, we can see OUG and BBE just trying to keep themselves out of notice from the teams. Here comes the Cavalry Bloom from the Kylan, gets the Soul Bloom. We're 86%. We're coming up to the next duration of that V2. If he gets it online, it's going to be so hard for the rest of these teams to be able to recover. V3 now from the Viper. That silence meaning that XCM isn't going to be able to pop his ultimate and live. He does still have the ultimate, but he hasn't been able to burn it just yet. He gets grabbed in by the legendary Soul Jade on the Fist Blades. Still holds the ultimate, is waiting for the zone to collapse. Gets another Soul Bloom off of another fallen player. Every single player left alive goes aerial, just trying to outlive as the Kylan V2s are about to get popped, and every single player on the low is about to be cleaving in half.
Alliance are actually making a recovery here, getting a couple of kills under their belt, tying it up. Bowder also coming in pretty big here. That's going to be a kill onto Alliance there, taken out of the lobby. GG removed as well. It is so many kills on the board. I think that was Wolves' win overall. But that was an unbelievably high-scoring game for the top four teams. All of them had so many points from that one.
I mean, the second that you see that Gem is able to get that Kylan V2 off, like, he's waiting. He's waiting for that zone to collapse. He's waiting for all of those players to be piled on top of each other, and he can just cleave to his heart's content. Like, Kylan V2 is so strong when zone collapses.
That character is a tad overtuned. That's all I'm saying. Kylan, that is far too many dashes. I know he has the reach and stuff, but man, that was
Someone comes up to you and asks how many dashes does Kylan get, and you're just like, yes. that's the amount of dashes that Kylan is able to get. Just the yes amount of all of the dashes.
But how many dashes does his new character have? Yeah. What? Yeah. You should reset too, by the way. Absolutely.
Oh, he's so fun though. I really adore.
I'm actually yet to play him. I really want to play him after watching that. That was. I don't know what I'm doing today.
See, when I saw his moveset, I was like, this is going to be such a spectacle to watch, especially because, like, that high octane pressure, right? Obviously, you have the Kylan V2 being incredibly impactful inside the Realm of Yang, as we've seen for all of the Realm of Yang fights with the Kylan team. But, like, when you have just player after player after player after player after player, just 7, 12 players all on top of one another, and you have a Kylan V2, you know that they're just lining them up, waiting for the just perfect opportunity to be able to zip through all of them and just bowl a clean strike, because you would rather get a strike than a split.
Yeah, Yeah, I think absolutely. Sorry, that just caught me off guard as your outlook. We actually have a question for you guys about that last game, so we'll bring that up in a second. You grab yourself a few goodies. Here we go. Answer A, B, C, or D. I was reading the wrong side. Which team won game 1 today? Was it A, Alliance, B, Wolves, C, JL, or D, GG? It's been a while since I've been on this show, Moxie. My brain was just like, right. Make sure you put A, B, C, or D in Twitch chat, guys, and check your whisper box, because that's where you will be getting messaged if you find the win. If you get this question wrong, don't turn the stream off. Just go sit in the corner for a brief second and have a think about it, because you literally just saw the ending of that game.
Yeah, and I mean, normally we have to clarify in terms of, like, the wording, what quote-unquote one is, whether it was last team standing or team that actually MVPs. But surprise, the team that actually won did both. Yeah. So hopefully you're going to be able to get your answers into chat and get your hands on one of those split boxes. That being said, Jake, we are incredibly lucky because that was just game 1. That was the prelude to all of the rest of the games, and hopefully we get 7 more. We're guaranteed to go at least a couple more. We're definitely probably going to be hitting like match point. I would guess if Wolves continue on the trajectory that they have, Alliance as well, probably around about game 4, game 5. If GG have like a major just blowout game on Holoroth, which is what they tend to do, potentially we see it happen a little bit earlier on game 3. But the fact that it was a lot of... The fact it was a lot of the teams who were a little bit lower down in the standings at the beginning of the day, that they were the ones having that like really explosive momentum. You could tell that they had a game plan. Alliance were like, we know that we're 7th, we know that we need kills. We just need to get kills fast.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so I have a sneaking suspicion, and I want this to go late. I always want this to go late because I love it when we get more and more games. But we're going to see the scoreboard now. I have a sneaking suspicion that this might be a bit of a quick day overall, because we have multiple teams getting a bunch of points and jumping up. I think by game 5, we'll probably have about 4 teams on match point eligibility. And then all it takes is one of those 5 to win. I reckon 4 or 5 by game 5 is when I think we'll see a bunch. That's probably where we'll see match point eligibility today. So we could have a 5 or 6 game day, I think. I would love it to go to 7. I'd love it to go to 8. I want to see more games, but that was an explosive start. Now, obviously, we are on 0 hero points, so all the teams that played, well, whatever the teams played last game, they can't play in this next game. They have to play something entirely different. So we'll have to see if any of these teams can really make it work. GG, a little bit of a sleeper game, and they only got 9 points, so it wasn't even that bad, but holy
that's a lot of healing. That's group heal advanced heal. That is group heal advanced heal. We don't even need to wait for the ZK MVP to be able to guess and know what soul jades that ZK was kitted out with. 12 assists, almost 60,000 healing. I think that might be a record. We've seen Zips and Kurumis hit 40,000 with group heal advanced heal. And then group heal advanced heal became much scarcer for the teams to be able to get their hands on too. Yeah. Given the fact that everything in a model war, just like the economy skyrocketed and everything became much more expensive, which is, funny enough, also why the Xiphon composition really took off. The fact that you only needed 1 set of purple armor. That being said, speaking about taking off, we're going to have a look and see what teams were able to take off and unfortunately what teams were grounded after game number 1. A couple of misfortunate plays from the likes of ASE as well as FPX not really able to find their footing. Wolves have done it. They have been able to jump over GG, but it is, as you said, incredibly close. 37.9 is where Wolves are going to end up after having MVP'd on game number 1 with a 19.5 finish. GG having started the day at number 1, only going to be able to pick up 11 points.
It's close in like the standings right now. There's 4 teams very, very close to one another at the top of the tables, but one of those 4 teams gets a 20 bomb game. They are, I can't remember how much 20 bomb actually gets you if we're first, but it puts them very, very close to a match point eligibility, if not ineligibility. I think we're in for a very explosive, very competitive day, because I think one of these teams is going to hit 70 points very soon, and everybody else is just going to jump on them and deny them the win, and then it's just going to be absolute carnage. Moxie, we're in for a banger day. We really are.
We definitely are, and we'll talk more about that after we've watched some of these replays. A lot of them are going to be from Wolves' POV. Definitely the Kylan coming through. Like here, this is where they're taking cover to break LOS from the Viper ultimate. ZK just giving a little bit of help on that zip with the F to be able to keep them healed up. Oh, lovely usage of the Hardy glider coming through from the cube to be able to reposition out of range of that Viper ultimate and then getting to drop down with the cavalry bloom on those dual blades. Does get caught out by the Tessa ultimate, was pressuring some of the players around him. Make sure that he's not going to be the closest to get jumped onto when the 3-second enchantment runs out, and then gets that ultimate online. And from there, as we talked about, it's just so much harder for all of these teams to be able to recover. He's doing so much damage, he's got so much movement, he's really hard to pin down, and he can force these players into taking all of the corruption hit, where you can just see that grey bar on the base of his health means that he's not going to go down.
Absolutely. Really, really lovely play there by the side of Wolves. And it sounds not that chaotic. I know some people who maybe don't know what's going on. I obviously can't speak the same language, so I have no idea what they're saying. But those calls are actually pretty clean and clear. I've seen a lot of different esports comms over the years, and some of them are just like unintelligible, and they're speaking the same language as me. Like,
it's so clean. The Kylan MVP animation is probably my favorite of all of the heroes for their animations.
Takeda's is pretty cool.
Takeda's is pretty cool.
Takeda's is pretty cool. So's Yoto's, to be fair.
Yes. That being said, I don't think we're going to be seeing a Yoto MVP animation for a little while. As we can have a look and see how exactly the damage was distributed. Even though he had Cavalry Bloom, only 4,000 coming through on the dual blades. The major chunk of it was the skills and the ultimates. And I mean, let's be honest, the majority of it was that V2.
Yeah, 12,000 damage from skills and ultimates is absolutely bonkers. That character does so much damage. Very, very strong show there from Zem, though he did position very well. You know, I can make a little bit of fun about like how much damage the character does, but genuinely piloted very well by Zem in this game. Positioned really nicely in that final circle, able to get those dashes off and just do an incredible amount of work as Wolves take the first win of the bi-weekly finals. Game 1 anyway, not the whole thing. Not leaking the script, don't worry, guys.
Well, potentially the day is gonna go a little bit longer, because like here's the thing. So we had an interview with, I can't remember which team it was, on the first day of regular play, and they said something really interesting, because only the last team standing actually gets the kill multiplier. So all of these teams have stopped prioritizing being the last team standing and are just going for kills, so that they can have the most amount of kills and just deny the team who gets the last team standing from having the kills necessary to multiply into coming up with an MVP.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a big thing. I think it's funny because I think me and you have very different thoughts on how today's going to go. I genuinely think it's going to be quite quick because we're just having so much action, so many points. The top end of the table are the ones scoring those points. Now, that was only game 1, to be fair, so there is a small sample size to choose from. Once we get on to our next map, onto game 2, and maybe we see some of these lower down teams start to score some points, then maybe I'll retract my statement. But game 1 kind of led me to believe that we have the top end of the table very clearly defined. And I mean, Alliance, to be fair, were at a lower spot on that table, quite significantly low. Do you say they were 7th?
7th
at the beginning of the day?
Yeah,
they're 7th, and I believe they're in like 2nd right now. Like, really, really solid showing. Maybe 3rd actually. Really solid showing.
GG is 2nd. Wolves are 1st.
Yeah. So I mean, we're in for a pretty good day. I think regardless of what happens, quick or slow, I think with the amount of action coming out of these teams, we're in for a very good day. These guys are just explosive out of the gate in this first game. And I guess it is also the fact there was Firefly. So yeah, those ultimates up a little bit earlier. And, you know, there weren't too many Monk comps, because Monk comps, the more of them do typically slow the game down because people play for the late game. But yeah, really, really good showing from Wolves in that first game. And once we get onto our new map for game number 2, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this one, because again, a little bit more experience than me on this front.
So I love Padoria. It's honestly become my favorite map. Because like the reason I love Padoria is that there are so many different locations to drop, and there are so many different reasons to drop. You can go Arcadia so that you can try and get the Volpoint Essence Soul Jade. You can try your hand at Imperium. There's been a couple of times where teams have tried to drop Imperium and force fights to be able to get enough kills to be able to summon that longsword. Hasn't really happened a lot of the time, but I'm hoping that we do maybe get to see it today.
Well, we're getting ready to jump into our second game of the day. Brand new map. Well, brand new map for the season. I say that, we've had 2 weeks and we've been playing on the map all the time, but you know what I mean.
Well, some of these teams have actually been able to play this because Padoria was actually in Koi Cup.
It was!
So some of these teams that have had experience being able to figure out where they wanted to drop. GG notably, like they tried to drop Twilight Pass with a Valda composition, and unfortunately just got a little bit caught out given the fact that they ran up against a team that could cleanse the poison effect from the jellyfish around them, which went a little bit pear-shaped, unfortunately, for them. But no, like, one of the reasons why I love Padoria is because, just like, you know, with Holoroth, we always see Salvation Podium just absolutely swamped, and we get these Ballista Joust tournaments where there's like 2 teams trying to contest right side Ballista, 2 teams trying to contest left side Ballista, a team in the middle just trying to go underground, avoid the pony roller, to solve the puzzle of the arrows on the walls to be able to figure out which direction the podiums need to be faced to be able to grab the chest. Padoria has so many hot drop fights for so many different reasons. Like, you can go Skygaze if you want to try and get your hands on all of the loop path rotations there, as well as be able to be the team that activates the lava so that you get the damage reduction on the burn effect running through there. You can go, as we've talked about, Arcadia has the Soul Jade, Imperium has the Longsword. Then you've got the Mercury River, which really mixes things up because along the Mercury River, there are these floating piles, these sort of pontoons that have these stashes, and they have 4 stashes, and you can just immediately, in the space of under 3 seconds, open 4 and just get all of that loot. And it means that these teams can very quickly get their hands on armor and weapons, and a lot of the time we've actually started to see these teams prioritizing dropping the floating piles first, grabbing that, and then being off where they actually want to rotate to afterwards.
I'm just happy to be here, bro. No, I honestly do really enjoy this map. I think it's just super pretty as well. Mm-hmm. You know, you're coming in with the high level gameplay. I'm coming in with the aesthetics. Like, it's just a pretty map, baby. Like, I absolutely love it. Now, thinking about comps going into this, Holoroth was, you know, we talked quite a lot about like it being an unfavorable monk comp. I'm curious to your thoughts on Padoria.
Padoria doesn't see Tian high. There's a lot of verticality.
Yeah, I figured.
It's because a lot of Viper Tesla we Chen. Because as we talked about, like, a lot of those drop locations are really good for just a lot of teams landing there and contesting there. So third-party compositions are always going to be strong. As a result, it also sees a lot of Siphon compositions. And then Sand Siphon also starts to come through and have impact as well, given the fact that, like, Sand Siphon is just very good at sustaining and being able to hold your ground against certain teams. Like, the burstier compositions, if they ran into Sand Siphon, a lot of the time burn through their ultimates and haven't been able to find the fight win, and Sand Siphon is just able to live through, and because they live through, they have the last laugh.
Alrighty, well, expecting some more skirmishy comps. Now, keeping in mind, some of the teams are, well, all of the teams are on 0 points going into this hero select, so some of them have used some of those more skirmishy comps. Well, some of their favored skirmishy comps on that first map, so things will have to change. Obviously, Wolves are not going to have access to the Kylon or Hadi going into this map. They used they used Zip, right? Yeah, they used Zip for that comp, so still have Kurumi and things available to them. So things like the Saturn Siphon.
Alliance still have the Kurumi too, because they ran the Zip with the Siphon.
True.
So if they want to go the Kurumi variant of Sand Siphon, it is 100% open to them as an available option. And given the fact that they are going to have first pick of the litter, I would assume that's probably the composition they're going to veer towards.
Let's see what they go for. Yeah, a lot of the Xiphon coming in on, well, two types of Xiphon. Then we got Sand Xiphon as the other one. So Kurumi is now removed. No one's going to be able to pull that one out. JL locking in newest comp, which we're seeing this season. Attack on Titan coming in from GG. And the blind date there for Wolves. Don't think that actually removes anyone for this last rotation. So yeah, these guys, other than the Kurumi, still have pick of the litter on what they want to be picking in this last selection.
It's probably going to be Zip variant of Xiphon, blind date, and then just the Zip, Hardy, and Kylan composition. I don't really think that any of these teams that have options left to pick are going to be outliers. Like, there are some teams that will do a couple of weird compositions that you can see them sort of like hacking and trying to get to work in real time for a number of reasons, right? If you can be the team that sort of leads everyone else in the tournament to a new meta, you have a huge advantage over everybody else because that's something that you've previously been working on. And by forcing them to have to play catch up, you sort of guarantee that for the next 2 weeks or so, some of these other teams are going to have to spend a lot of time workshopping stuff you've already covered. So you can keep widening that distance between yourselves and the rest of the pack. And that was one of the huge things that the J team and also TE last year did. Like, they kept widening that distance by forcing other teams in Nbpl and then Jacob to learn the compositions that they were pushing into meta.
Yeah, we also saw, I can't remember which team it was, but there was a team that last year were pulling out faster. Oh my word, I've forgotten her name. Brain is completely disengaged. It's fine, I will figure it out later. It wasn't big of a point because it wasn't someone who really showed up all that much in trios, but so we're getting ready for our second game. I mean, one of the members of GG is just having a quick nap. Feeling pretty either comfortable or the opposite going forwards. We'll see what the loadouts are going to be. Again, probably not going to see anything overly exciting on that front.
Yeah, Kurumi F3, V2, F2, V1 from all of the Mataris, F3, V2, F3 from the first Viper that we get to see, as well as V1, so no silence on the ultimate, and also massive hit of damage on the F3. GG gonna be running the V3 so that LXM can keep fighting as the ultimate runs its course. F3 as well, meaning huge hit of heal reduction, which is very smart. Like, these teams taking the Viper, taking the heal hit reduction, when a lot of these teams have already powered through their Kurumi pick, forcing them onto the Zip is gonna make it extra devastating for things like the Xiphon and the Sand Xiphon Zip variant, or even the Hardy and the Kylan to have to deal with. No surprises. This is actually something that I brought up to Dunk last time we were on cast together. JLVVV. Whenever he is on Kylan, he runs the F2, which is much riskier because the F1 has the combo break, but the F2 has the combo extension. So you're going to be able to see him grabbing players, holding them in the space for 2 seconds, seeing his team find the follow-up damage off of something like a focus hit, and then going for the kick follow-throughs. We can have a look and see what all of these players are going to be landing. No surprises that one of the most sought-after locations is going to be Arcadia, so that these teams can start looting up into the area, grab the 7 Thunder Coins, solve the puzzle, and grab that Soul Jade as fast as they possibly can, as GG, just the same as they did in Koi Cup, going to be landing Twilight Pass.
Yeah, quite happy on that front. Going to be an explosive start over on Arcadia, though. Like you said, 3 teams all going to be dropping on top of each other. Other than that, Bulls and BB will be dropping near each other. Do have KLA in the area, so a potential third party could come in. Everyone else relatively spread out, though. JL, OUG, GG, all going to have themselves their own little spot. We're getting ready to go into game number 2, and she's spawning up on the ship. PPE finding themselves Zem has got himself the ability to break away, has got a weapon in that grey armor, but 3 members chasing onto him is going to get ZK caught out by the parry. Instantly, PPE find their opening. Zem kind of condemned his team there a little bit, but they are going to look for that turnaround onto the members of Roy. He is just trying to make a break for it, but they go down. Wolves absolutely huge start once again. They just need to be able to kind of dot the I's and cross the T's at this point. Them waiting for the scale rush off the top of the wall. And Wolves started with them getting caught, but they found a beautiful little turnaround. Now, KLA could come in for the third party. The Wolves need to be pretty quick on the escape.
Yeah, so the reason why Wolves wanted Gem to be able to break away is because he has the spear. The spear does so much in trios as long as you don't see when the Dragon Slayers or the Scale Rush comes through and anticipate being able to power it. So they literally just play Smoke and Mirrors so that the Viper can disappear and then come through with that spear threaders. Now we're going to see all of the damage, all of that rage that NHQ has been able to build up converts into a Tesla ultimate. KLA going to be able to dodge out of the follow through though. It's going to be Witch and Teleport now used from the side of Wolves inside the building. Or rather on the rooftop, so unfortunately not able to disguise where they were going to teleport to, and as a result KLA going to be immediately on top of them. QGG with that blue rarity fan, Viper ultimate, just zoning KLA further away as Wolves actually used that Witch and teleport, baiting KLA into taking the fight so that they could actually have the time to drop a Bane's Breath right where they were kiting KLA into. This was giving them all of the opportunity to recover, as well as making it really hard for KLA to loot into the area, and as a result, Wolves have the pick of the litter when it comes to a lot of loot around Skygaze.
Yeah, and I think the biggest weakness for the side of Wolves was they had all grey armor. I mean, KLA not much better, but they have one member with blue armor, got a purple weapon on them as well, so relatively set up there. It does look like that fight is going to be donezo for now, as GG having a very quiet start. They are a team who are very much more a late game team than they are an early game team. GG like to drop quietly. They like to just have their slow start to the morning, you know, get that coffee on, have a little stand outside, catch their breath, and then get into the action, where Bowder get himself in an action here versus ASE. Around charging the scale rush up. Hang sword in pocket. Peak taking a fair amount of HP, but Corki getting pinned down by the hang sword, just doing so much work. Gets the slam in. Corki just pinned in, taken down. This is a very, very convincing win here from Bowder, just completely running over ASE. FBX are looking to potentially come in with a third party, but I think they've realized it was not worth doing it. Are just going to move on.
So the problem for FX is they came in at the tail end of that fight. They don't know whether or not Bowder have burned ultimates. If they knew that the Matori ultimate had been burned, they probably would actually have tried to stick the landing and taken that fight. As it is, they are going to back off. There's another team in the area. ASE were sniffing around, so they could potentially have third party the third party. As it's going to be Wolves and KLA maybe going head to head. Wolves just looking to prioritize looting up at the moment, wanting to get their hands on as much purple as they possibly can, ring the bell, get the read on the fact that KLA are going to be close. As you can see, Gem with that purple spear just setting up the scale rush. It's going to be more of the exact same, the way that we saw Wolves in the first place. Throw something at KLA to distract them. In goes the Tester ultimate. Now that KLA have their backs turned and not anticipating having to dodge it, followed up by Gem with that spear. ZK, however, is going to go down. Tumult ultimate drop from the side of KLA to just live through and absorb all of the pressure Wolves were putting down onto them. And this is what we talked about, right? Sand Siphon has its place in the meta, especially the Kurumi variant, because if you just don't manage to force out the sustain tools from the Kurumi, the burst that your ultimates do is going to be doing no burst damage to your health bar. You're just pulling yourself out of the ultimate usages. It's now JL and OUG going to be going head to head. JL looking to recover before VVV with this Kylan looks to set up that cleave and get the party going.
Yeah, it's looking to open up on to SE. He can't actually break away. He's caught out with the glider mid-air. There's going to be the ultimate pop by VVV. SS taking all of that burst. One more dash through. Going to apply so much damage. The King trying to back him up, but now he's just getting turned onto. VVV being very comfortable here. The King just getting absolutely wailed on. Still got more dashes to go as well. It's just a chain of damage coming out from VVV. King being juggled around here. Doesn't look like the ultimate's now timed out. The King, actually, it's his turn to pop the ultimate. His does time out as well. WG trying to put as much pressure onto JL as possible. Fans doing a lot of work here from King. Onto VVV. Just juggling multiple members of JL around, but Are they going to be able to hold on? JL been able to trade out, but it's a 1-for-1 so far. The King still feeling comfortable to keep going. He gets the clang off for a brief second there. JL keeping that pressure up onto him. SS is not going to come in time. There's the parry from TXJ, and now SS, he's himself parried, and JL take the fight.
Will be able to, as a result, pick VVV up without dipping into their rebuff charms. That's very good news for them. Not sure how VVV is in terms of rage that he ended off that fight, and whether or not they're going to be in a good position to try and posture up for a Realm of Yang. Off-screen, GG's LXM is going to be able to take down FPX's Yao with the Viper F3. It's so good to just confirm those hits when your health bar is just missing that last chunk of damage and you need something fast that can't quite be countered. As Wolves going to be looking to put themselves into the central belt of Predoria, heading towards Imperium. There's Alliance just having made out with one of those floating piles, and as a result, 2 purple armors hand in hand. It's not quite the full yellow variant of the Takeda V3, but it's definitely getting up there in comparison to some of these other teams. As we talked about, the floating piles are points of major contest, and you can see that BBE actually rotated here with the exact same plan, and Alliance, having got there first, are actually going to force them to just rotate fully out. As in the meantime, inside Imperium, GG have been able to find a team. Wolves coming in with that Viper V1. Gem looking to try and find the players who wanted to put themselves into the corner. Unfortunately for him, he's so split from his teammates. There's no follow-up. He got a huge stomp, but because it was the V1, not the V3, the Viper just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, unfortunately. And one player was able to break line of sight as well, just to follow up with a backup. And Wolves losing a player now. JDG are in the area. GG, they need to put some more kills on the board. They are about to lose those rebuff charms. It does get a bit riskier at this point. Wolves only an HQ left is available to them. So JDG playing a contest here. So they're just going to brack off and everything goes quiet. A very, very chill moment. We had a very explosive game 1. Non-stop action all the way through, but right now, it's a bit of a waiting game. Those Roma Yangs are about to spawn up, so I think we'll see an explosion of action once again. DRG versus
it was the Yang. It was all the Yang. GG could have tried to fight JDG, but if they had, they'd have been forced into burning ultimates. And BIWEEK did not want to burn ultimates, and as a result, both teams just patiently waited their turn so they could hold on to those win conditions, take the Soul Jades that they rolled, and bring them into this next Realm of Yang. We are going to see BIWEEK going in up against JL. VVV getting so much pressure put onto him so that the Kylan can't be the carry. He's already lost all of his armor, gets the Hardy to reposition him out, pops the V2 in the air because he knows it's the only chance that he's going to be able to get, tries to jump over, gets a little bit of zip healing from the sidelines, will be able to get one dash, and as a result, that is going to be a lot of sustain coming on through from VVV's side. He's going to be doing so much damage, disrupting all of the players looking to try and take cover inside this Karumi V2 as well. The recast, I believe, has already been used. BIWEEK have already lost one of their players. This Kylan, an absolute terror into these Realm of Yang fights, manages to find the uppercut extension on the spear as well, setting up for his Hardy to come through and cleave when all of the players are just pushed one on top of the other. We are going to see the Zai ultimate, the V2 putting a little bit of pressure onto VVV, but again, we've got the Hardy to be able to carry us into safety, and he's still going to be able to put pressure. Focus strike with the purple, so they can't even parry it, and as a result, JL are just absolutely unstoppable.
That was rough, man. Like, they hard focused onto VVV, but he was able, like you said, to get that ultimate off in this air, so once he landed, a bit more staggering came in, then suddenly the dashes came through, the sustain from the zip was there as well. JL, what a turnaround from them. Really, really impressive stuff. We do see that they're the first team to win Rama Yang. GG. Taking a Mystic Might. I'm pretty sure they went into a Rama Yangs. No, they couldn't have. No, they didn't. Okay, don't worry.
They had Attack on Titan. I don't see them going into a Realm of Yang.
I was wrong on that one. As Alliance and JDG and JL were the ones who won their Roma Yangs. And now action breaking out immediately. VVV and JL, the rest of them. Fresh off that last fight. Now find ASE. Looking to take them down a peg right now. ASE, not one of the teams who have the debuff on them, but if they lose this fight, that is them as the first team out of the lobby in this game number 2. And BBV is keeping the pressure up here onto the members. 11 able to dodge away, but not all of it. Finally taken down. Another dash comes in. Water's going to eat a whole heap of damage. Are they going to be able to break away from this one? They don't have a Wu Chen, so ASE just have to full commit and try and get a rebirth charm or revive here in the middle of this fight. But I don't know if they're going to be able to do that because Corki pinned in place. There it is, the grab, and Corki is slammed for it.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. This is the thing that JL have been hard teching. If you watch them scrim, they tech the F2. It's a little bit more dangerous. It's a little bit more punishing if things go wrong because it's not a combo breaker for your Kylon. But it is so good when you have just the coordination and communication to be able to follow up. Like having that just full CC of them just being suspended for 2 seconds to charge up a focus hit is so devastating. And JL have one of the best forms of communication. Like that team is so in sync with each other. As we're gonna have a look and see JDG utilizing this Matari ultimate, trying to find a form of recovery, wanting to put the pressure onto BBE. The F3 from the Zai is going to come on out. They've isolated one of their targets, and Ivan has already gone down as the fight opens up. So much burst. That's going to be the Zai ultimate, gets another F3. Tutek still holding on to see whether or not he needs to use it to get around this Tumult ultimate. Skater ultimate with the Furin shoves comes through and catches Jing. Tutek also going to go low, managing to utilize that Zai with the fire cone tick, but the Kurumi now has used the armor circle to be able to cleanse the fire effect, and as a result, full hit of the heal gonna be coming on through. And JDG actually gonna get third-partied coming through from Alliance. It looked so clean when they took the fight against BBE, but Alliance with a wonderful entrance going to obliterate both teams.
Yeah, really, really nice stuff coming in from them as TXJ does go down, but he has the Vermilion's Bird's Might. That is JL just burning that for the resets, and they're actually making a bit of a recovery. If you look at the scoreboard, 10 points onto them, and that has now springboarded them up into that top 5, kind of getting close towards some of those teams towards the top. Wolves, 2 players down though. Very, very poor start for them. Yeah,
you can see them running around in spirit.
Yeah,
JL are literally scouting to see what happens with teams like KLA. They had the Vermilion Bird's Might, so they're going to be able to revive with all of their loot intact if they want to just take a fight immediately. As off towards Imperium, we've got Barda versus Alliance.
Yeah, a bunch of teams, well, 2 teams going toe-to-toe here. Armor ults have been burnt here just to keep everybody refreshed and topped up, but Alliance actually losing out on this fight. Bowder getting himself a massive opening in. There's going to be the Sandstorm breaking out. Bowder's Yoran charges in with the F. Gets a massive slam onto the Alliance members, but they are still being topped up, still being healed up. DRG coming in with that third party, as well as Yoran going very low, being absolutely run down here. Does look like he's going to go down. DRG just take out Peak and Yoran and you with a beautiful third party. Now Alliance, it's on them to find the turnaround, but I don't think they're going to be able to do so. They've just left Revenge to his own, and DRG, very, very cheeky turnaround there. Sliding in and just taking away the 4 kills.
Yeah, but it's a really low cost investment coming through from DRG. And all of the kills that they get, all of the Soul Blooms, they ferry over to WX98. So he's already almost got his Kylon ultimate back again if DRG want to try and take the Yang portal that opened up next to them, as Wolves unfortunately look like they're being hunted down. Not quite top of the food chain at the moment. NHQ, the only player left. This poor Tessa having to just run for her life. Into the zone she goes. GG just not giving up. The musket shots coming through. It's got to be a Scale Rush. NHQ doesn't even have the dagger or the fan, so it's not going to be the fast charge up of the Scale Rush either. He's just got to try and take Furifrio down with him, but unfortunately his body is going to supply all of the sustenance that Furifrio needs in the form of that Soul Bloom. As inside the Yang, we do have DRG. They have indeed put themselves into this play. They're unfortunately going to be headed up against JL's VVV, who's still waiting. There's the F2. He does get interrupted from the follow-up by the Hardy ultimate coming on through. Great peel from DRG's end, so that VVV is not able to hit the follow-up with the rest of his team. Now we're going to see the Kylan ultimate, but unfortunately for JL, DRG actually used the Kylan ultimate first. VVV is unable to set up any of his dashes as a result. All of this focus is coming through onto the Kylan, and VVV is just having to play to live. One thing, throwing in all of the systems that he can. VVV now, with the Cleaver, is going to be able to connect onto 2 players from the side of DRG. The fact that VVV ulted last is going to mean that his ultimate is going to last a little bit longer. So as long as JL are going to be able to kite out, and there it is, both of the Kylan ultimates now having to run through. We go back into the neutral. One player has fallen from the side of DRG. One thing able to use those fist blades and take them down as VVV looks to try and use that spike. Is parried by WX98 though, and the follow through is going to mean that the Kylan falls. Now it's going to be a 2 versus 2. 40 seconds left. The Zip is going to be able to give WX98 a little bit of a hit of heal. Unfortunately, he's still having to play Scale Rush with the fan in the back pocket off of these pillars to avoid the triple charge hit from TXJ on the Hardy. He's out and he's patrolling Predator in the sky, and it's just not going to be enough for DRG to be able to find the turnaround. 2 versus 1. It's cleanup time. JL walk away with the win.
I want to say VVV is doing so well this game at absorbing pressure in these Realm Yanks. That's 2 times in a row. They have gone incredibly low with that ultimate just burst, and they're not able to actually use it. And then they finally get that turnaround. They did go down this time, but the amount of time they bought, the amount of work they did in that was absolutely huge. And JL jump out immediately next to a Spirit Wall, which KLA are trying to cap, and I think JL don't actually want any of that heat right now. I think they're just gonna cool it off and say, you can have that Spirit Well, don't worry, we've got our buff.
Yeah, but KLA haven't capped up. Like, they're gonna wait it out for as long as they possibly can. Considering that they've got the Joker Storm. They haven't shattered the dome. They're using the Spirit Wall to sort of draw players in closer to them. You can see the scouting position taken up now by KLA's Takeda. Because they did see JL. They haven't seen a full disengage from the side of JL, though. You can see the bow shot coming through. Just to make extra certain that, no, JL have indeed vacated the premises. JL going to be cutting noise a little bit, but still hanging around the place to see whether or not another team is going to try and contest, and they can look for the third-party punishment follow-up. As unfortunately for DRG, they're the only team with Yang depletion.
Yeah, they are. Unfortunately for them, and they had a really good little third party. They need to find that one once again. They've still got time, 4 minutes on the clock, so plenty of time to find those kills and that potential third party. But it does feel like things have cooled off somewhat. JL, 13 kills into this game, successfully caught up with Bowder and the rest of the front runners.
Oh,
7
well,
kills
the good
on
news about
GG.
The good news for DRG about Pedoria is that everyone sort of goes to Celestra 2.0, or I guess 3.0 if you count Plumed, for Holoroth being 2.0, and that's Imperium. So even though they're not able to pick up a bounty scroll or a challenger scroll, they're still going to be able to run into players fairly quickly. Unfortunately for them, it's not isolated teams. Like, there is GG in the area, there's Alliance in the area. You can see DRG on the minimap, just sort of ghosting the footsteps that GG take before rewriting to get a little bit of a better read on the teams around them on their right side before they probably decide to take a fight.
Let's see where they're going to go. They are kind of just taking this quite slow.
Yeah,
Under
they are
3 minutes
leaving
now.
this
They really
slow.
Have they got the money?
They have 17,000 on their Zip. But KLA, I tell you, like, I call it glamping because you do. You just set up. You set up your campsite and you just wait as long as you potentially need to. Because there isn't a timeout. You can just sit there for as long as you possibly want. Okay, DRG, yeah, they ferried all of their money to Kakaishi.
Yeah, there it is. There's the
so they'll buy back their Kylon. They went to a shop first to scout whether or not it had a Rebirth Charm left. And they will be able to pick up 2 Rebirth Charms.
Kakaishi will be able to pick his
absolutely
teammates up.
leg it to the Soul Altar. And potentially pick up Kakaishi as well.
Does he have time? Yeah, there they go. Kakaishi. Has he got the money? He does have money.
He does have money, but they can't buy a Rebirth Charm until Kakaishi dies.
Yes, but they need to get the money off Kakaishi. I think he should have run to the shop, but okay. Maybe making that a little bit more awkward, but what is done is done. Now we're cutting over to some more action. KLA do see GG on the low ground, who are just making a break off into the distance. Alliance trying to find some extra kills there then. Very, very solid game one. 6 kills under their belt this game for Alliance. See if they're going to be able to...
Oh, DRG found a third Rebirth Charm. So the fact
so
that they were the only team that went into that second realm of Yang and had Yang depletion and lost did mean that there were enough Rebirth Charms left in the shop, because there are a finite number of Rebirth Charms, and they are all shared by all of the shops in the zone. As we are going to have a look and see that KLA had actually capped Spirit Well. They've still got White Tigers. And as a result, they are going to be a force to be reckoned with, as unfortunately Poor Water is finding out he has reached his boiling point. As KLA will be able to just finish up the kill almost immediately.
That's going to be another kill in their pocket. JL looking for some more themselves. KLA finally left the tent as well. Got himself the White Tigers prowess. So, vamping season is over. Back to work, back to business. As it's definitely been a more slow-paced game than our Morosai we had at the beginning of the day. A lot of action at the beginning this game, but it cool off. As it looks like JL just going to move over, get themselves a Spirit Well quite happily. Is BBE sitting quite comfortably on top of this ballista.
Clone's going to force them off it though in a second. The problem as well for JL is that KLA are still going to have White Tigers prowess if they want to try and show up and use that buff as leverage to take the next Spirit Well. We'll have to wait and see whether or not they do position over that Oasis. It's going to be GG and BBE that we instead focus on. GG, traditional attack on Titan, not the strongest of compositions currently in the meta. Assault Smolder from CGS going to be starting things off. The Fire Tick making it really hard for DRG to stabilize. Donkey just going incredibly low, and you can see that JDG also come out of the woodwork trying to grab this kill. Seeing a team under pressure, will be able to find it off of the musket, as GG are going to utilize that Yoto to be able to just cover the body, pick up the resources that they want from it. Don't get the kill, but do manage get a little bit of consumables to better last themselves through the starved winter that is going to be the next area, because all of this loot has been picked clean through. It is very much going to be a case of who has been able to stockpile the most.
There goes the White Tigers prowess. Very, very chill moment, honestly. Is Alliance are taking a couple of pot shots, but with the Bane's Breath now dead center of the circle, teams are probably just going to play it a little bit more chill. They got 5 minutes until the zone fully collapses. GG are getting a lot of attention put onto them. The cannon shots whittling away at their health bars. As everyone's just trying to push up onto them, it does look like they have been able to sustain through all of the action. But again, more and more shots coming in at them.
Oh, the Dreadful Whale, though.
They do have a Dreadful Whale. That's big.
They're using Dreadful Whale to be able to cover it. It's interesting, too, that we have one of these, like, the willow trees here. You can see that these players are tethering to just relieve a little bit of pressure coming through from that poke phasing. As GG are just going to, on repeat, throw out that Dreadful Whale to be able to cover from all of the range damage headed their way before they want to reposition. Yoda going to be dropping again. That F3, putting it over the box, grabbing some consumables, going back into the corner for GG's safekeeping. Picks up some armor pots, it looks like. As we're going to have a look and see what all of these teams are going to be positioned around. JLVVV running off with Cavalry Bloom on this dual blade, setting up the lawnmower, and the lawn is the Spirit Well. He's going to use those Cavalry Bloom to cut not just the grass, but all of the players if they try and come towards a huge parry from VVV off of that Cavalry Bloom. And JDG immediately going to be thinking twice. We can even see the Hardy ultimate, the reason why GL are going to be able to invest all of their ultimates at the second that they get the Spirit Well, they get all of their ultimates back. So the Hardy ultimate is going to make it so hard for these players to stick in their space. However, the Tumultuous ultimate makes it even harder for GL to hold their ground, especially for that Hardy ultimate. CXJ loses all of the momentum and all of the space control that he wanted to set up as KLA, with a huge play from CXE, are going to be able to just oust the position from the Hardy's team and claim Spirit Well as their own. But now JDG are coming through, and you know what? We might see more of the same. We might see the Spirit Well so contested that no team is able to grab it, and Zone moves away. That being said, no one is walking into the space of the Zai ultimate. JDG will be able to grab it, get their hands on Mystic Might, and immediately have all of their ultimates back up and running to put pressure on the teams around them. BBE and GG being 2. Bounce Shell and Twin Shot attached to 2-6 cannon. Not a sword raid combo that we usually see, but they are putting it to great effect to just hostage situation GG in this one clustered up space.
Really, really big start here to the final circle. Having that Mystic Might basically take you all the way through. The damage reduction alone is going to be very, very valuable. Along with those scouting tools, means you can line up those cannon shots a little bit better. You'll have a better idea of where everyone is. GG. That Dreadful Well, though, when things get into very close quarters, essentially going to be able to do a lot of work if they can just sustain through it. Right now, JL are the team with the most kills, but won't take a lot for Alliance or GG to close that gap, or JDG actually as well. And a lot of teams scoring a lot of points early. You can see a bunch of teams make it to that match point eligibility at the same time. Maybe more than I expected, just a little later on in the day. 2 minutes left on the clock. 98 seconds left on the Mystic Might as well. That was the perfect timing there for JDG to have their hands on that one. We do see Alliance actually losing a lot of HP here. Revenge has to jump down. Armor variant of the Kurumi ultimate has been thrown down just to give them that sustain up, but that is now on cooldown. Revenge just playing the high ground. Flamer's doing a lot to KLA. Sandstorm breaks out. Starting to see a bunch of teams actually get a little bit more aggressive. KLA able to heal up through all of this. GG are taking to the skies to break away, but we do actually see that they have to drop back down onto QGG. They may just be able to kill him. There's going to be the ultimate instantly throwing out the Wu Shen, but that just repositions them into JL. They do find a kill onto Alliance though. CJS secures that kill. Is going to get himself bonked back in the meanwhile. He needs to find some way to heal up. His armor is taken away from him. The Wind Wolves, just so they can get some healing. Sandstorm breaks out as well. GG are able to get some pots off as Fat Milk, low HP in the middle of all of this. We actually see Yuma go down to JL's One Fang there, able to take him down with the fist weapons. Now 15 players in a very, very tight circle, and JDG, they still have the Mystic Might at this point. They still got that damage reduction for 15 more seconds, and that is going to give them all of the window they need to open up onto GG. CJS losing so much HP here. He's just trying to reposition, has been able to grapple away to safety, get himself up in the sky. LXM did go down there to a member of KLA as JL finally... JDG finally lose that Mystic Might, as now VVV got his ultimate off. He's ready to get those charges through, get that damage off, but he's actually kind of pinned out a little bit here inside the zone. Slams down, does get some of that sustain back on his full health. Full health once again, a lot of sustain. The Sandstorm's going to be a bit of a menace for him here, trapping him inside the zone, so he just burns down to KLA. CJS, can he make the miracle play on the Yoto happen? Slashes are coming through. One Fang is going to eat some of that damage, but he has not got the sustain. He's not got the damage. KLA taking so many names. They're not the last team standing. It's JL.
Oh, that's going to be a large scoring game for JL. That's last team standing. That's kill multiplier, and that is at least 16 kills that is going to be multiplied. Like, it's... you can see as well the second that JL realize that they can just play to be the last team standing, that they have 14 kills, that they can literally just use that kill multiplier and clear the score. Even if another team tries to walk away with more kills than them, they're just going to be able to rocket up towards that 70 match point. And you can see it reflected in the positioning that they take when we have like that pan over fight and all of these other teams start stepping up to the plate. Like when you said GG are putting a lot of pressure onto Kale with the Flamer, and we sort of looked at that further drawn out POV, JL were just hiding on the left side of the map, more than content with everybody around them playing through their ultimates, burning out their resources, losing a lot of the duration on their ranged weaponry. And when the fight got incredibly hectic, just not getting that downtime if they didn't have repair to be able to repair things like the cannon, so that when an ultimate got popped, the only way that you were going to be able to get it back was just picking up soul blooms off of dead players. And that was something that VVV was just doing. He was just going from player to player to player, body to body to body, just grabbing those blooms, trying to extend his life as long as he possibly could. And even then, like, JL had backup plan after backup plan after backup plan. They sent the Kylan in to force all of this pressure on all of the players around them. You saw the response, like the Tumult ultimate coming through, managing to stop VVV in his tracks, yes, cutting him off from his dashes, being able to knock into those players, but it still meant that JL had these players just sequestered away to be able to live through everything that was thrown at being able to deal with that Kylan. And well, that's a little bit awkward, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, which hero did JL's VVV use in game number 2? A, Kylan, B, Takeda, C, Sheol, or D, Yushan? I mean, come on, guys. You can't...
Two of those options weren't even in play, so...
Yeah. And normally, game 2 question is always the hardest. So... if this is the hardest question of the day, you guys have got some easy treasures to get. Make sure ABCD in Twitch chat, check that Whisper Box, because that's where you will get your rewards. JL definitely took from the GG playbook, because we saw GG actually do that a lot in the in last season, where they would actually kind of wait out until the last moment of that final circle and then throw everything in the kitchen sink out. That's how they had that miracle comeback in, I think it was bi-weekly 2 or 3, I can't remember which one it was now, where they had no business winning it and they just pulled it back in the last second. But GG, they got that kind of taste for blood, they got that aggression, and it kind of came around to get them full circle. But here's the scoreboard. JL 23.2 points on the board off that one. KLA gets 17, GG get 11, JGG get 10, and Alliance get 7. So still, for our top enders, that's a pretty good game. Everybody's moving up. That 70 points starting to get closer, and more teams are going to qualify. I think we're going to have more than one team hit 70 points in the same game. I really do.
I can definitely see that occurring. But yeah, like you say, it's GG, like it's reminiscent of GG. It's reminiscent of TE. It's reminiscent of 2023 TE, and that is obviously, like, JL have 2 of those TE players. Before GG started doing it, TE and FPX were the 2 teams that would do it. Remember, like, if you were around for 2023 of the NBPL season, for season 2 in particular, for our summer split in 2023, final circles would always come down to, like, who would be in a better position of controlling everyone around them. Would it be FPX or would it be TE? As we can have a look and see 32,000 healing coming through from One Fang. TXJ on that Hardy, almost 30,000 damage. VVV keeping pace with him as well with that F2V2. And I wonder, like, VVV has been so influential in shaping the meta, not just on weapon usages, but also abilities. Like, if you want to know why a lot of fairies use Pole Sword, that was VVV. He was the player in Pro Play who was sort of pushing that when Cannonball was a thing back in 2023, not so much now in 2024. But the fact that he sort of moved away from this F1 playstyle and has moved into the F2 usage of the Kylan ability reminds me very, very much of how TXJ would always, when they ran traditional attack on Titan, and wow, this is a callback, he would run Yoto F1 when everybody else would run the F3.
My favorite of the Fs of Yoto, that one. Having a look at the points overall, I mean, 45, 44, 41, 37, 36. It's still close for these top 5. All of them very, very close towards each other and closing in quickly. on that 70 points, I would assume by the end of game 4, we're going to have at least one team. But like I said earlier, I think we're going to see multiple teams all hit that 70-point mark at the same time. And
I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible that multiple teams do hit that because remember, kill multiplier. JL got 20 points because they were the most kills, but they were kill multiplier.
You are
and the teams are around 40, which means that they all need 30 points to be able to qualify into match point eligibility. So even if like the one team walks away with all of the kills in lobby, walks away with 20 bomb and the last team standing, they're the only ones who are going to be on match point, which means a huge target on their back.
I mean, I'm saying by the end of game 4, which realistically isn't that hard for a couple of teams to get 15 points in 2 games. Like 15 points over the next 2 games. Well, 30 total, but I think there's a world where we do see that. I mean, we're seeing some pretty decent scoring games across the board. So, going to be a very, very interesting game 3 as we move over to Holoroth.
Oh, this was such a clean realm of Yang fight from TXJ. So nice. Just being able to utilize the fact that when you have the Hardy, the Kylan, and the Zping, we've seen a couple of teams try a couple of different lines of being able to deal with this composition inside Realm of Yang. The first week, it felt like everyone was trying to put pressure on the Zip to force all of the abilities from both the Hardy and the Kylan to peel for the Zip, and then Zip would just evaporate under any form of scrutiny, especially if it had Fire Tick attached to it. Now it feels like a lot of these teams are turning towards the Kylan, and the Kylan is just understanding that the first half of your ultimate is more about kiting and living so that your Hardy can just get his ultimate off entirely uncontested.
Absolutely. Well, just really, really nicely managed as a team. And again, clean calls. Very, very clean calls. In he glides, though, with the MVP for our second game of the day on the Hardy. Huge, huge game coming in for TXJ. 28,000 damage, 9,700 with the pole blade, 9,500 with the plume blade, 3,000 with the dual halberds. That's not so much, but Dragonlight might Razor Swift as their legendary Soul Jades in this game as well. 9 kills under their belt. TXJ had a very good game. I know VVV played those Realm of Yangs very well, but TXJ, like you said, especially in that second Realm of Yang,
yeah, I mean, VVV was the attention draw. He was the one getting focused. TXJ was the assassin, just like waiting in the wings, who, when you took your attention off of the Hardy, was the one who actually drove the knife into your ribs. And like, that is something that JL are very, very good at. Like, whenever we've seen a lot of these compositions, which are very, very focused around positioning and having like first position, second position, third position, JL are one at the best of being able to understand who plays first, who plays second, who plays third, and crucially when to bounce those positions, when to swap them, so that when the Kylan takes that forward position, the Zip takes a little bit of a further step backwards, and then your Hardy comes through and absolutely rolls everybody who's just not ready to deal with a triple charge at Hardy ultimate all the way through Realm of Yang.
No, not at all. I mean, it is a multi-threat comp is the thing. You know, you can't just look at the Kylan, you got the Hardy as well. I mean, even the Matari as well. Not the Matari, I complete brain fart. Anyway, we're going to put ourselves to a quick break so I can recollect my thoughts, and then we'll be back with Holoroth for our game 3. So we'll see you in a moment.
everybody, and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. It's the summer split. It's the first bi-weekly finals of Trios for the summer split. And Jake, we have been off to an absolute tear. We had an incredibly aggressive first fight and game over on Morris, and then we had a little bit of a slower paced one when we headed over to Padoria. Wonder what's going to be in store for us when we head over and paddle on out to Holoroth.
Yeah, I mean, Padoria was very, very chill. Like, not a lot really went down until kind of the later stages of the game. Holoroth was
chill
just
as a GG player. A certain GG player on the left, some could say.
Those guys just sleep at the wheel, apparently. We saw a very explosive Morris Isle to start off with. Holoroth's a weird map for me, because I feel like after all this time, I think there's some teams who still don't really know or feel that comfortable on it. And I think you have certain teams who feel really comfortable on it now. So you actually see certain teams like really shine on this team, on this map, where certain teams who shine on Morris Isle, let's say, won't shine. So I'm going to be interested to know what those teams are. Typically, I believe it's like JL always pop off on this one as well. This is like a pretty good map for them. So I'm going to be interested to see, I mean, what they're gonna be pulling out onto this map.
GG
Obviously,
as well.
0 hero points still. So this is the last round of 0 hero points, but reserves are tapped. And in the last rotation, you got KLA, Alliance, Bowder, and JDG. So they've already got 6 heroes they've removed for themselves, let alone whatever comes through in the first and second round, which potentially could force them down the ladder quite a lot.
Yeah. I mean, let's be honest, the first 4 groups are probably going to prior the Kurumi.
Yes.
I would assume that we're going to see the first 4 groups lock in compositions with the Kurumi. JL, yeah, there it is. Wondered when we would get to say this. Tianhai, Takeda, Kurumi. Sand Siphon coming out from Wolves with the Kurumi variant rather than Zip. And then Kurumi variant from both OUG and GG, making Kurumi now more expensive, and as a result, locked out for all of the teams in Phase 2 and Phase 3. As we can see, traditional Attack on Titan from FPX. Zipping, Hardy, and Kyle. And I feel like you're sort of forced, if you're Group 2 in the second phase, if Kurumi is too expensive, you kind of have to bend the knee and go the Zip, Hardy, Kylan composition. Purely because it has burst damage, it has good sustain, it has really good value at the beginning of fights, like beginning of the round, but also insane value if you live all the way through to the end, because you have 2 heroes who effectively can be your win condition. Both the Hardy ultimate and the Kylan ultimate can be that Hail Mary of a clutch at the tail end of the zone collapse.
Looking like a lot of skirmish heavy comps as well getting locked in. The blind dates, the Attack on Titans.
It's the damage control.
Do we have a name for the Hardy Kylan comp yet?
We do not yet at the moment. And I think like people are still trying to sort of figure out exactly how it plays. Both how you play against it and how it fully plays.
Yeah.
So
I was trying to think of a Zelda
wait and
pun.
see.
I was trying to think of a Zelda pun to work with it because you got the glider, but I couldn't. So if anyone comes up with one, let me know.
You know, that game franchise isn't the only one that uses.
True. But like, that was the first one that came to mind.
Faster.
And I know we were literally just talking about a game in the break which uses gliders as well. So that says a lot, doesn't it?
Great, well, we will be getting into game number 3, gliding into Holoroth to have a look and see how all of these teams are going to match up. I am very excited to see whether or not some of these teams are going to have mixed up their drop locations, right? If it's a Holoroth game, GG land Imperial so that they can rotate over Waterfall. OUG always likes land Salvation Podium. KLA and Wolves like griefing OUG. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not some of those have changed up just to make it harder for some of these teams to be trackable. As we can have a look at ability loadouts instead. So far, nothing all that unusual. F2 from Alliance for their Vipers, so silence hit rather than stun or heal hit and chunk of damage. FPX going to be running the F3 V3 loadout for their Vipers, so massive heal effectiveness cut as well as massive chunk of damage plus really scrappiness coming through from Jin when he wants to use that ultimate. JL V2 on the circle from the Karumi, F1 for TXJ on the Monk, so no parry bell, but he's still going to be able to utilize that cooldown to cover for his team. I would strongly suspect we're going to see JL go into Realm of Yang, but also use his composition to try to hold their ground inside some of these Spirit Wall contests. And Wolf's sort of the only composition that's going to make that a little bit problematic, right? That Tumult ultimate, we saw how problematic it can be for these Kylan compositions when they want to go for the Spirit Wall cap.
Yeah, I do worry, as the only monk in the lobby, what happens when you're hunted down by the enemy, because like the other teams are going to be looking for this monk comp, because depending on what we see as the final circle and where it ends out, because there are some points on Holoroth which are amazing for monk, like massive vast open spaces. The vast majority of it, I don't think monk shines.
Yeah, it's a 45%. When Holoroth first dropped as a map, the stat that we always use was it's a 45% chance of it being a final circle that is friendly to monk. That being said,
kind
though,
of
like
southeast of Imperial, right? There's so much open space there.
Like having the only Tianhai in the lobby is really, really good for Spirit Wall cap.
Yes,
because it means that as long as you can like go there, because obviously now with the Spirit Wall like giving those buffs, gives you your ultimate back, so you can literally just hit your transformation, see every single player away, and then go for your ultimate back again once the Spirit Wall has been capped. Unfortunately, JL and KLA are going to have to be waiting for that place to go back to the Soul Altar, as that is, as we've talked about, one of the damages that the F3 on that Viper is able to do like so quickly. It's full Thanos snap, as it looks like Jun has already been able to get his ultimate online and grabs a blow.
Yeah, that was an absolutely huge start there. The Attack on Titan comp comes and kills one of the Transformers. Unfortunately, it wasn't actually the Titan itself now.
Oh, no, wait. No, that's not the monk grab. That's a melee. No.
Yeah,
that's a melee kill coming through.
It looks like OUG are being hunted here by DRG. OUG trying to break away in the city of Tang right now. Looks like DRG, I don't think they're actually going to push any further, are they? No, they are. They are wanting it. I think they've got what loot they wanted. Ults. Yeah, they're feeling it. Let's see if they can find themselves an opening here. OUG are going to start to open up already. Kakaishi losing a fair chunk of his armor. Great parry onto two members, though. And that is just going to be an instant turnaround onto Don Q. As we do see Wuxian98 get that damage off there with his ultimate ready and charged up. He's already lost on Q. Can he find the turnaround? Kakaishi goes down as well. And now WX98 has to find the 1 versus 3, the potential turnaround for him. But he is being pinned in place. Low HP. Down he goes. OUG secure themselves the fight.
Yeah, huge play coming through from OUG. That double parry was absolutely massive. DRG just had to throw the Kylan V2 and try and use all of that disruption, the knockback on the cleave, to just get some form of semblance of order back into that composition. They weren't able to, as OUG with that Zai were just able to look from target to target so succinctly. So heading over to Matab, we're going to see Wolves having rung the bell, I believe. No, they're not uncontested. BBE is in the area. As ZK is going to go for the loop pathing, start bottom, go all the way to the top. Fat Milk potentially runs into trouble, as everyone else is going to be stacked into Plumed. It's fun, no one gone Cypher Plumed to activate Salvation, as we are going to see Dragon Slayers into Nezhaz coming on out from Bauda. Yodo is going to just try and cover the player of Yiran, who did get hit by that Tesla ultimate. As a result, the 3-second enchantment does come through, setting up for Alliance's NY7 with the scale rush of those Fist Blades. It's going to be a Witch and teleport out to be able to find the revive onto Yuma. Lovely little drop of that armor as well to see whether or not the Tesla was going to start to get a little bit of pressure if Bauda were able to get where the teleport would come from, so that one of the players could heal it up and drop it for the Tesla instead. Revenge and Peak both potentially getting hit by the ultimate, and unfortunately for Peak, it is actually him who has the ultimate second. Alliance's NY7 gets the Viper Tether first and cancels out Bauda's V1, dropping down now with the focus hit. will get clanked. Now comes through with that F2 hit of silence onto Yiran to follow up for his Tesla to hit the enchantment yet again. Right, having backed off, used the insurance policy of that Bane's Ref and Alliance now, having to think about how they're going to disengage this fight rather than stick through. Just coasting out of the area before the Bane's Ref can come through. That's what Bardo wanted though. They've been able to pick up Peak, and now they can start to look to stabilize and potentially challenge onto Alliance if they want to chase this.
It wasn't quite the outcome Alliance want, but they did get the two kills and the 2 points that come with that, so not the worst for them. And if there is a re-engage and turn it around, then suddenly that 3 becomes 4. So we'll have a keep our eyes on that one for the moment. As OUG actually having a very good start to this game. The turnaround initially on onto DRG, and now suddenly they found themselves a pick here onto FPX. Junks on their lonesome, has a golden weapon as well, so very desirable pick here for OUG, but the grapple missed there by SS, so Junks, I think they're out of grapples though, because they are not breaking away, and SS also out of grapples. That missed one, definitely going to cost them, jumping in with the F. Just to keep the pressure up, Junks actually gets the knockback onto 3, looking for the stun. Can they actually find it? That's going to be the big question, because the Bane's Breath has actually been summoned here by FPX. Junks now just going for the scale rushes to break out their low HP. SS a little bit low on the armor front. Doesn't want to overcommit here for the fighters. Just going to dance around these buildings and this Bane's Breath. Junk's going to be able to get some healing in. Has 3 grapples to use, but immediately jumps into one of the members of OUG. OUG actually disengaging from this fight. Deciding it was not worth it. They didn't have the resources for this. As now GG get himself in a scrap here versus DRG. Yes, just going in for a heal, but they're going to find themselves caught out in a lot of damage. Pinned up against the tent wall there. CJS is able to break away, does get the F down, does a heap of damage off, but is going to get turned onto. DRG actually have the advantage for the moment. The armor ultimate from the Kurumi is popped, just keeping 3-3-0 going. CJS doing a fair amount of work here onto WX98. They are also going to get some healing from their zip in the pocket just to keep them going as GG. Trying to overturn onto too many players. Need to play this nice and slow. Dong9 does find himself caught out for a brief second as CJS just dancing around the edge of the fight. Does have that F back up available for that healing cut. I don't know if that actually hit anyone. It kind of hit the top of the tent, and now CJS finds himself in a little bit of danger. Down they go. Kikaichi finds the turnaround for them as GG now in some serious trouble. DRG taking down LXM, takes down 3-3-0. GG, kind of fumbling the fight a little bit there.
Yeah, it feels like Xiphon has some real competition. Especially because like WX98 on that Kylan is just able to full disrupt the Zai's ultimate, and then afterwards you've got the Hardy ultimate to just tie things off nicely with a neat little bow. Be the only one with an ultimate still going through. As KLA looks like they've got a bounty on their heads. So CXZ. Can she put that by either Alliance or JDG? Who are both going to be in the area. Realm of Yangs should be starting to spawn on up in a matter of moments, as we can have a look into City of Tang and see Bauda versus OUG. Bauda very much just trying to find some good loot. They're a third-party composition. They unfortunately haven't really been able to find all that many fights. 2 third parties successfully. As we head over to the map POV and get a look at the Realm of Yangs, OUG and Bauda both in the area close to 1, but Bauda on a composition that is very much not designed to enter into a Realm of Yang, instead designed to grief the entrance of it. We can see that Salvation Podium has since been solved. I believe that is how FPX were able to get their hands onto that legendary staff, which they were able to peel so successfully. The Viper 4 with the usage of that Bane's Breath. JL going to be taking 1. Wolves not really going towards 1 until just now. ASE and DRG potentially going to be scrapping out over that one. CRG also in the area. Spirit Wall is going to be incredibly contested though, as it is right next to a Realm of Yang. So these teams are going to have to be very, very careful. You do not want to break out the campsite when it's right next to one of those portals. The chances of your camping being just immediately intruded upon by a team crashing through a million birds might not an option that a lot of these teams want to try and take. JL thinking about going for, unfortunately not in the greatest shape when it comes to loot. So not getting to go into it immediately, waiting for some of these other less looted teams to try their hand at it. As DRG and ASE, no such waiting. They are just straight in. WX98 still hasn't utilized that Kylan V2 just yet. Has burned out the F1, however, sets up the scare rush. Will put himself into a position away from the fight to get one of those shield pots off before sliding back in and utilizing that ultimate. Lemon's actually used the Hardy ultimate rather than the Kylan ultimate coming through from the other team. So they are doing things a little bit back-ended. As we can see, WX98 with all of that cleave. This is really dangerous for DRG if they're going to be the first into utilizing that Kylan ultimate. They need to win the fight immediately. And it does look like they've been able to find one kill, or rather that's actually one kill against them. Dong has gone down. Misreads the parry timing. Gets grabbed into by that Kylan F1. No follow-up since it isn't the combo extension, but does get put into the spacing while Lemon is able to come through with the charge R&B on that fan for the follow-up and immediately swaps over to the cannon to be able to clear Kaishi off of the board as well. In the meantime, GL did decide to go into the realm of Yang and are going to be matched up against Wolves. Karumi Armor Circle has come through. Wolves taking cover away from the potential grabs behind that pillar. TXJ not needing the Karumi ultimate, instead just getting the F3 damage reduction from that tether as well as the heal attached to it. Means that JL are going to have the second form of sustain when Wolves are unfortunately all out of theirs. No Takeda ultimate, no Tumult ultimate. This is going to be a little bit rough for Wolves to be able to recover from all the shoves now removed from the side of ZK. The Karumi getting the recast dead center means that so much space has been freed up for JL. Wisps tried to come through and grab onto one thing as Wolves take the fight 2 versus 1, putting pressure on isolated players from JL's side, but so much has been done. The JL almost got another transformation off. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to pop it in time. Takeda grab is actually going to follow up onto ZK, or rather VVV, and this is actually Wolves coming out on top. The Karumi just sustain so good at being able to live through everything JL threw at them.
I mean, that ultimately just boiled down to they kind of scattered and left their Karumi isolated, and Karumi is always the attacking point versus the Attack on Titan comp. You always want to focus down the sustain, the thing that keeps them alive, because Monk without sustain is kind of just a big meat sack that you can take out nice and easily. When they're not transformed, doesn't really do much. When they're transformed, relies heavily on the sustain from the Karumi. Really, really nice stuff coming in from the side of Wolves. Played that really, really well. Effective use of the Sand Siphon now does mean that we've got 2 teams running around with the Realm of Yang debuff on.
Yeah, but this is more problematic for JL because they have to all in a team. If they all in on a team with a Tianhai ultimate and they get third-partied, they might be able to recover Yang depletion. They're not going to be able to recover the game.
Yes, true. True. It's going to be very hard for them. Let's see what they can do.
There's 6 Attack on Titan or Attack on Titan variant compositions all in the area.
There's so many teams that can just handle that character. That's why we did see Monk get kind of forced out of the meta, because there was just more and more available CC available to characters which had, you know, damage as well as CC. It just became very hard for the Monk to be as effective as they once were. Now we are seeing ASE. Remember, they've trying to take this fight here versus DRG, who do have that debuff on. So DRG desperately trying to find the kills here. As Water running a little bit low, but it's going to now time out on the ultimate, which does mean that they're going to be a little bit more exposed. Kaishi actually going to turn it back around onto Water. Water going very low here. Down he goes. That should be 1 cleanse over to the side of DRG. Did they get 2 kills? Yeah, they did. So they're hunting on for Lemon. Actually, looking to turn around. They do now spot Lemon off in the distance, and they're going to pressure up onto them, cutting over the JL, who find themselves in a rematch versus Wolves. Sandstorm thrown down. Going to be a bit of a nuisance for TXJ, but there's the grab that they've been looking for in that Realm of Yang. Slam, actually punch, and then a re-grab out of the sky coming in for TXJ. to get a bunch more damage, and a quick mid-air punch doesn't come through. Can't find the re-grab now onto NiHQ, who is healing up, but TXJ going very, very low here. This could be the end of days for them, but they get themselves another grab off. Gonna lose the transformations, and NiHQ can now look for the turnaround. Bell available there for TXJ. Armor from the Kurumi is gonna come in to give them a bit more sustain, as now Wolves got that slide through just to be a complete nuisance to the members of JL. 30% on TXJ as he does pop the bell just to keep himself going for a little bit longer. Wolves are grouped up in a cluster, but TXJ going incredibly low. Down he goes to them. Absolutely huge game coming in from Wolves once again, kicking it off in style. They're going to be finishing up JL. They're going to be taking down the Transformer team, and that is 6 kills under their belt and an elimination on the second place team in the game. Their main contestant is out for now.
We are returning to what they did to be able to win that. As right now, it's going to be Bauda and KLA going head to head before actually disengaging. So we do have a little bit of downtime. Right. So the way that was actually really smart from Wolves was that they basically used the entire duration of that transformation to bait the grabs. The Kurumi Teva came through, guaranteed that Tumulch was able to live, and then that Temi utilized the combo break of the F to get on top of the Monk's forehead, which is the reason why Yodo started coming through in the Attack on Titan composition. She had the mobility with her ultimate to be able to get on top of the Monk's forehead, where he actually isn't able to grab. It is a blind spot directly above him. So as a result, they weren't able to finish off the Temi when that Monk was in ultimate burst duration, and Sand Siphon just managed to turn it into neutral. And Sand Siphon is the strongest composition in neutral, and it's not even close. As we're going to be having a look, not at neutral, but burst window fights. It's going to be Wolves versus Bauda. Wolves with the Sand Siphon variant. We just saw them dismantle JL's Transformer composition. No Monks here, but it's going to be an aggressive beginning. ZK coming in with the fist blades. Fury and Shove setting up into charged RMBs as they're against the Attack on Titan composition. Viper V1 is going to come through. Everyone from Wolves trying to get behind the pillar. The Yoda ultimate making it so hard for them to be able to hold that space. Wushin teleport now utilized so that Bauda can reposition to the backside of the point. Unfortunately for them, ZK still has all of the range, all of the influence with the Fury and Shoves, and there is absolutely nothing that Bauda can do. This is an absolute one-sided onslaught.
It's over. Wolves popped off. Wolves are absolutely on fire in this bi-weekly finals, and it's great to see, because they've been a team who've been so on and off and on and off in their capabilities, where we've seen some really, really good days from them, some really bad days. We've seen some splits where they've been very, very coin flippy, some splits where they've just been remarkably underwhelming. But right now, this bi-weekly finals, Wolves are here to play. 9 kills under the belt. They are 20 points off hitting that threshold. They are closing in. They are pulling in. And everybody has to start to pay some respect to them now. In fairness, if we are going to have a little bit lower down on the scoreboards, you can see that OUG and BBE are actually having a very good game themselves. 9 kills and 7 kills respectively to them. 6 kills to DRG, 5 to ASE. It's actually the top end of the table, but it's struggling right now. So the bottom end are starting to come up and close that gap between them and the front runners in the lobby. We are just having a little look at Alliance, who got themselves in a fight here versus FPX. And that going to be kill number 3 going over to Alliance. Once this F runs out, the lockdown is going to be there. Sword's going to be enough. They secured themselves to kill Alliance. Actually, though, keeping the fight going. FPX looking for the turnaround. Get some damage off on that spear. Skillrush going to do a fair amount, but not going to be enough. Alliance just making very, very quick work there of FPX. Going to get the revive off from the Yuma. Alliance, 5 kills.
Yeah, charged RMB in the back with Fan. Will unfortunately do that when you turn your attention away. As Bauda and Kayla both under Yang depletion, trying to take a fight. Bauda going to be up against DRG, but here comes Kayla wanting to go in for that third party. And remember, Bauda's composition is meant to third party. It's not meant to open up fights. And as a result, we are going to see Peak the second that he sees these teams start to get a little bit too close. Drops in with that Viper V1. Going to be helped out by Uran's F3 to create more distance between themselves and the teams. But DRG are in the full burst rotation. WX98 with that Kylan V2, forcing the Wuchen teleport immediately. And that is really bad news for both Bowder and KLA. KLA are denied the third-party opportunity since the fight evaporated the second that they showed up. And unfortunately, for the other side, for Bowder, they had to burn a Viper ultimate just to be able to reposition and keep themselves in the lobby alongside that Wuchen teleport. So if KLA are able to track that composition down, they're going to know that they're sans those resources, and they're going to be ahead in terms of ultimate economy as OUG are able to find the kill onto BBE's Ivan and finish things off incredibly quickly. KLA still waiting, scouting, knowing that Bowder and DRG were going to be taking a fight again. Now throw themselves into one anew. QGG not letting any of these teams potentially disengage before the fight can start. They kick things off themselves instead with that Yodo V3 coming on through, and it's absolute chaos. DRG try and run away, get caught out as KLA track them down. Fistblades coming on through. The Viper F2, the silence effect, trying to catch so many players. Huge meter dump, though, from the nunchucks on the end of DRG, but KLA able to utilize the Wuchen wind wall to get that shield just bolt back in, and DRG are put on the back foot. CXE coming with the Viper V1 just to guarantee that no other team gets to try and come through. The fight is not going to last long enough for KLA to have to just live another third-party attempt. They're just going to pick up their soul blooms and try and bounce.
Yeah, KLA. Actually, do you find a little bit of something on the peak here? Peak pinned in the wall. Down they go. KLA secure themselves yet another kill. That is 5 for them. Well, looks like it is go time for them. KLA just going to break away. Standing in the sandstorm. Does obviously replenish all of the troves. As now OUG actually finding themselves in a fight versus the standing members of DRG. So KLA decide they actually don't want a third party. They used a bit too much in that previous fight. They're just going to walk away and leave it as Wolves, the front runners of the game, 12 kills under their belt. We're actually going to cut over to GG because they're finding themselves in a fight here versus JDG, getting a lovely little hit there onto Keck. A lot of damage coming out from CJS, even with the ultimate going to melt through Keck. Keck will get portaled out. Actually, no, GG. They were able to run the interrupt, and now there's a Bane's Breath coming down. JDG trying to find the turnaround onto CJS. CJS, he's just pinned the lockdown. The stun's too long. They're going to go in for the heal here now. Can they get the damage onto 330? 330 goes down. GG are ended. 2-tick. Fall to a Bane's Breath.
Oh no, ASC.
Cool save.
Spotted. Jake, they spotted JDG. They saw that JDG got hit by the Bane's Breath, and ASC aren't going to let them recover. Now JDG have to take a fight inside Bane's Breath.
Remember.
Keck's gone down to another hit of Bane's Breath coming through. Xing just have the spare, tries to commit the charged RMB, gets it parried out of his hands, and here comes Wolves for the third party. Massive Merciless Havoc hit from that staff. Water's going to go for the interruption with the Kylan F1, but unfortunately he's going to trade his life to be able to set that one up as Wolves just push back against ASC and force them into the Bane's Breath rotation. Devastating coming through from JDG. It looked like it was going so right before it went oh so wrong.
14 kills now to Wolves. They could do it. They could hit 70 in this game. They need that first place for the kill multiplier. Probably about 6 more kills. Hit that 20 bomb. I think that's 35 points, isn't it? A 20 bomb. So actually, first place and like 16 kills is probably going to be enough for them.
They're on a really good composition to be able to do it. As well as the fact that so many of these teams are just trying to recover some of their teammates that have fallen since. Oh, QGG, LMB off of the dagger, uppercut into Assassin's Lunge. That one has got to hurt. Huge plays coming through from KLA. 17 S's, the reason that this Yodo is alive. The F just giving the shield reset before they were able to find the kill onto the Yodo as Wolves. ZK's going aggressive. He's got the Karumi tab. He's got 90% damage reduction for the next 4 seconds. He is hounding down every player that he sees in sight.
When life gives you lemons, go to 15 points. Huge pick there for the side of Wolves. ZK. Bell popped. A little bit of information. Revenge spotted. He's going to throw out some repeating crossbows. Revenge eating so much damage. Wolves are playing it safe. I think that's respectable. They don't want to be overreaching and getting taken out too early. They've still got a lot of work to do if they want to hit that 30 points they need to get to 70.
But they are on the best composition. Like, they have the
best
Temi.
composition for it.
I believe they're the only team with the Temi. So when the next Spirit Wall comes through, they can burn their ultimates, they can cap the Spirit Wall, they can use the Tumult ultimate to guarantee that they're the ones picking it up, and then they'll get all of their ultimates again, which means Kurumi Teva, damage reduction, heal tick, aggressive Takeda.
Yeah. Well, we'll go way out of this Bane's Breath first.
Yeah, I feel like everyone knows this. Like, everyone spotted out that there's a Sand Siphon composition that are kitted to the absolute teeth. And no one wants to be close enough to Wolves that they're the team that get turned on first.
Yeah, this Wolf has 3 heads, and it is absolutely ripping people apart. Golden armor on all 3 members. They are just so strong right now. So, KGG. Going to need a couple of shots in the repeating crossbow. I say that, and 17S is actually
17S is just, his health is gone.
Right now. Yeah, he just got liquefied.
I'm pretty sure that's Venom Tip. It's probably Venom Tip and Barb Bolts that that Wolves have access to.
That makes sense.
SS is actually going to get caught out by the Tessa ultimate. We'll be able to reposition it as well as gets the Kurumi Tava, but here it comes. Here's the Spirit Well, and surprise, surprise, it's Wolves who are dead center of it. No one's going to be able to contest this. If they try, it's going to be a Tumult ultimate.
All right, well, QGG decides he wants to jump in. There's going to be the Takeda ultimate to go.
Oh, they've got the Flamer as well. So all of the Yoda defenses on the F3 just gets ignored entirely. It is going to be the full contest from the Zai ultimate, but it's into Merciless Havoc, followed up from Fury Shoves on the Takeda ultimate. This is Wolves taking absolutely no prisoners. There's the Temi ultimate, guaranteeing that they do indeed cap out the Spirit Well, and everyone gets their ultimates, and we just keep going. No. Huge Tester ultimate might stop Wolves in their tracks, but the Merciless Havoc and the Fury Shove next to Takeda cycle ultimate activation will be able to pin Roy He down, and he is going to fall. Wolves now up to 17 kills, 3 away from the 20 bomb. Every single team in the area taking cover inside the building. That just makes them an easier target when Wolves come a-calling. Your house might be made of bricks, your house might be made of sticks, it's gonna get blown down. It's gonna put a temporary pause with that Tesla ultimate coming on through. ZK getting caught into the stun enchantment, which is going to lead into a follow-up 5-second hit of that Viper ultimate. But Wolves, huge position to put themselves into their Kurumi ultimate and take cover so that they're able to live through the entire pressure of that duration before turning on to KLA, Merciless Havoc, Flamer. There's absolutely no place of safety for anyone in this lobby as they do the exact same thing to CXC, and we're going to hit the 20 bomb surely. Wolves so close, 9 points away from hitting MVP eligibility with no other team in sight.
They just need first place. They just need first place, and we'll be going into game 4 with one team potentially ready to take it all, and they are on form. Rico pinned against the wall, as now the king is the victim of Wolves. No armor left, no health bar left. There's the 20 bomb for Wolves. Poison Splash is just a bitter topping that. Nothing they're going to be able to do. ZK now hunting for the next victim. 10 players left in the lobby. 5 teams. ZK gonna stop Rico from getting the king up. They're not gonna give them an opportunity to breathe in this game. The sandstorm breaks out as Rico trying to make a break for it. Looks like he hasn't been able to successfully gift ZK away. There is a tether actually, but I think that Karen has timed out, so there's no way they're gonna be able to get them back up. Rico just clinging to the top of the building. Wait, he got him up.
He got up. Yep, Matari's up.
That's pretty big. Lovely play there by Rico. Risked it all, but it does pay off. There's a potential for OUG to find some level of return. The problem is they haven't got their Zai, who's kind of the key point of this this comp. So we have to keep our eyes on that one. But we are seeing a Yoto ultimate did get broken out there. I don't actually think it resulted in anything other than QGG getting a lot of damage off onto one player, but not going to find too much here as Yuma now getting turned onto by Wolves. Now HQ does lose a fair amount of HP, but Yuma, they're even lower. They're going down. That's going to be 21 over to the side of Wolves, as now the next victim is Revenge. Down they go to Wolves. They are just ticking people off left, right, and center. At this point, the kills, the points are barely even worth it for them, but they are desperate to get every kill available in the lobby. Another one goes over the Wolves. This is an absolutely monstrous performance from this team. KLA fall down as well. The Flame are doing its work. Rico gets the over the shoulder. NightHQ slides in. Rico pinned against the wall, just taking way too much damage here from ZK. An absolutely killer performance from Wolves as Rico goes down. Massive play with the staff there. The ultimate from ZK with the fear and shove, keeping them inside the zone. The king, his armor is gone, and he will crumble. Down he goes. Another in the pocket of Wolves. SS bopped into the zone, jumps back through, does get himself repositioned, and is going to try and get some healing, but ZK makes sure that OUG go down. 26 kills. This is going to be a 27 bomb game coming in from Wolves.
What a play. What a play. Absolutely unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. We said, like, when we looked at the compositions, we touted Wolves as being the team to win, of being the team to beat, of being the team that if it went to Spirit Wells, had the best chance of being able to walk away with that Spirit Well. If it went to Final Zone and they got Spirit Well, we said that this is the team that has the most snowball momentum. This team has the most momentum behind them in the entire league right now, given the fact that they are the only team that are on match point. They did it. We have confirmation from production. They bypassed the match point eligibility. They have passed 70 points. They are the only team to have passed 70 points. And Jake, you know what this means. It's open season, and Wolves are on the menu.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves are going to be focused, but they hit match point eligibility before they got the multipliers and stuff applied. They are so far ahead of everyone else right now. So if somehow we go all the way to the 8th game and nobody gets that MVP in the final game, the amount of points you have at the end, whoever is highest, then takes it. So this is a massive springboard towards a second win condition. Now, I don't think Wolves are thinking about Game 8. They really don't want to go to Game 8. They want to
finish things out
next
now.
Game.
Yeah,
and I think there's a world. I'm
a little bit worried. It's the thing, because like I think this is going to be the true test of Wolves. Like we've seen that they're mechanically much better in both the spring season and also like coming through into the summer season. We've seen that their mechanics and their coordination has picked up massively. The thing is that like even in the spring season of 2024, Wolves, if they were coming into a bi-weekly finals and they were starting in first place position, having had their performance in regular week, would crumble just off of the sheer pressure that brought. And now, like, it's not that you started in the first place position, but having that pressure on your shoulders, being the only team that is currently on match point, wanting to finish things out quickly, I think that could potentially be a recipe for disaster, especially since we now go into having more hero points available to these teams. I think if Wolves don't get MVP in this next round and don't finish off the day immediately, we go all the way to Game 8.
Yeah, I think Game 8 is bold, honestly, with the performance we've seen from multiple teams. But yeah, Wolves are, unfortunately, chokers is probably a pretty good word for it. They do struggle under the pressure. But here's my little bit of copium. We're moving to Padoria for map 4. This is a map where people aren't as practiced. They might not know everyone's drop positions. Wolves may have had secret drops for this very reason set up in mind. So the ability to grief Wolves could be a little bit harder just based off that.
Yeah, but here's where it becomes problematic. Wolves were one of the first teams out in the first game of Pretoria that we saw.
Yeah.
They picked up something like 3.3 in terms of a game score. And we didn't even see them make it to the first realm of Yang. We unfortunately looked at their players just running into the zone, getting caught out by, it was, I believe, FPX was the team that was chasing down the scattered players coming through from Wolves. So, well, yes, I agree. I think like some of these teams having secret strategies that they've sat on, especially given the fact that Padoria is very recent. A lot of these teams don't have a lot of strategies that have been shown, right? The fact that we can like look at the drop locations of the teams and go, huh, that's not where they usually drop, doesn't say all that much because we don't have 2 years of footage of, hey, they always drop here on this specific map because the map is essentially brand new to a lot of the players.
Exactly.
And that could be very beneficial. Out, right? But it can also mean for Wolves that they have less practice on Padoria as well, and that means additional levels of stress, additional levels of pressure. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a big tough one for sure.
I think this is going to be a very, very tense game for the side of Wolves. I'm sure right now, I'm sure they're pretty happy with having a bit of an extended break going into this next section because they kind of get a moment to kind of collect their thoughts, talk to their coach, get themselves together. But there it is. 28 kills, 37.6 points for the side of Wolves. BBE and OUG and DRG were the next highest scoring. And these guys are lower down the table. A lot of the top teams really struggled in this game. GG 2.5, Powder 2.5, JL 1 point. Really underperforming in this game, unfortunately. And that means even if Wolves don't win on Padoria, I think we're very unlikely to see another team get... actually, no, that's wrong. Depending on the performances. Most of the other teams are about 20 points off.
Yeah, they're 22 points off.
Yeah. So GG need to have a pretty good game to make it to game 5 on 70 points. You know what? Moxie, you might be right. That game from Wolves might have given your 8-game theory some legs, actually. Now I think about
like
it.
Like I said, we either finish things off immediately or we go all the way to game 8. That's my prediction. As we're going to have a look and see like which of these teams, if we do go to game 8, have a chance of being able to make a play for that bi-weekly final week 1 win. FX unfortunately just not being able to find the same level of performance that they had in the regular week. ASE also stumbling a little bit in the starting gates. Wolves 79 points, which is going to let it sink in that a 37.6 game is essentially them getting over half of the points necessary to qualify into match point and MVP eligibility in 1 game. Just gonna let that lie for a minute before we move on and look at poor GG who have fallen. They started at the very beginning of this day in the first place position, had a little bit of a rough start, still managed to put together 11 points in game 1, then 11.5 in game 2, and then just game 3 was... It all went wrong. It all went wrong alongside JL too. Like, as you said, all of these teams who were in the top 5 just did not perform in game number 3, which has allowed Wolves to just keep pushing this distance between themselves and all of the rest of the teams, which I hope brings them some level of solace, that the pressure that we're talking about that they're going to have to contest with isn't like, hey, there's 5 teams that are super close to us about to hit MVP eligibility. They have a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, I think realistically we're looking at like game 6 is when the next team will be able to win. If that makes sense. I think we've got 2 games where the points getting to 70 will hit about game 5, I think, for most of these teams. And then we'll probably see 2 or 3 teams come through in game 6. And that's where there's a potential for another team to have match win eligibility. So Wolves have more than one life, is what I'm saying. This isn't their one chance. If they lose here on Padoria, I don't think it's completely done. It's just very much for them about their mental going forwards, because they are, and I know a lot of the teams, a lot of the players in this league, they do struggle with this. I think they get in their head a little bit, and you know, when it's going good, you see with Wolves, they are in their head, but in a good way. They were in the zone, they were locked in this game. Absolutely killer game. That staff was doing so much work as well. They were just battering people into the zone, letting the Takeda finish them up. Really, really clean stuff.
Yeah, there also wasn't like that many Kylans that they run into with the ability to utilize that F1 and stop Merciless Havoc when Shem was trying to charge it up. I think they ran into like 2. Both Kylans had to immediately burn the F1. We even saw it from, it was like FX or ASE. They had to just sacrifice, it was ASE, they had to sacrifice one of their players. Just understanding, I press F1, my purpose of existence right now is I press F1 to cancel Merciless Havoc so that my team might be able to recover. So it was the perfect storm for Wolves. They were on the perfect composition. They had the perfect sword age setup, and they got the perfect endgame.
I think also, you know, a lot of people have used their kind of by this game as well. So this felt like a very well thought out plan from Wolves. They kind of had the prediction, but people were going to burn, you know, the Cullen comps early in the day. They'll save the Sand Siphon and bring it out for this game 3. I don't think they predicted it to go as well as it did, but it did. Really, really clean stuff on them, and we're getting the full experience with the ending of the game. This is just one very long replay of how Wolves took the win at the end.
The celebration. It's gonna be the Takeda walking away with the MVP. Buren shoving his way onto that stage. We'll have a look and see his statistics coming on through. I'm surprised it wasn't the Kurumi, to be honest, with Gem doing all of the damage that he did with the Merciless Havoc. But like the really interesting dynamic between Wolves was that all of their players had 17 assists. Like the Kurumi had 17 assists, the Tumulch had 17 assists, the Takeda had 15 assists. So you really could tell that there was a lot of synergy going down between these players, like being able to play off of the openings that Merciless Havoc provided was absolutely clutch. That was at 37,116 damage going to be picked up for ZK, his first MVP, as it was 28,819 damage with the Fist Blades, which is all the more impressive considering that he didn't even have any Soul Jade specifically for those Fist Blades. It was literally just Fist Blades getting to play off of setup from the Furin shoves, as well as finishing and capitalizing on the CC from players caught inside the Merciless Havoc.
Yeah, really, really clean though, coming in from the side of Wolves, but they got 2 wins under their belt. They won game 1, and now they have won game 3 as well. Really, really nice stuff coming up from the side of Wolves. It's another win under their belt, and I believe we have an interview standing by, so we'll first to that.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with ZK and let him say hello to our audience. 好的，欢迎扎克来到我们的赛后采访呢，先和观众朋友们打招呼吧。
大家好，我是成都蓝队的扎克。
欢迎扎克来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜刚才那把拿到了 MVP 啊。So first, we would like to say congratulations that Wolves, you already, you passed the match point, and also you got the MVP. And I would like to know how's your feeling right now. 那首先要问一下，已经过了赛点，而且拿了一个 MVP 给自己，怎么样？现在心情如何？
叽里咕噜说啥呢？我要开始闯步了。
哎，那能给我们来表演一下闯步吗？Okay, I have nothing more to say. I just want the movement of my weapon. Okay, and also we know today's the bi-weekly, and I would like to know, so how many matches you're gonna finish the bi-weekly today? 那今天第二个问题啊，准备几把结束今天比赛？
运气好的话，下把就下班吧；运气不好就8局熬老头吧。
下一把下班，那我们下把就是好好珍惜一下了，是不是？哎，为什么说运气不好的话，可能就是又要熬到8把呢？
运气不好，因为我们是赛点队，就阵容没那么多阵容出了嘛，我们默选就有什么阵容玩什么了，所以说运气不好就可能打到第8局要比分了。
Okay, so to be honest, I think if we are lucky enough, maybe we will finish the matches just in the game 4. And if not, we are not that lucky, so maybe we still need to fight to the game 8. And I just asked him why he think if they are unlucky and they will fight to the 8 matches, and he told me that because now they are already past the match point, and according to the rule, so they don't have much hero combination can choose for them. That's why he think if not lucky, maybe the next game we will pay attention. 我们非常非常要注意下一把，也希望你们可以拿一个好成绩。那接下来就让我们一起进入我们的有奖问答。Let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. Okay, that's the question here, and if you know the answer, just type them. And please, after you type the answer, don't leave our stream room. And because after our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will choose a lucky guy and you will be whispered. Okay, let's see today's question. How many kills did Team CD Wolves get in Game 3？ 这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛你们队拿下了多少击败？我相信自己一定是了如指掌了。那先问一下，其实今天拿到这么好的成绩，包括其实这个双周狼队的表现都非常好。你觉得自己队内哪个队友最立大功呢？3
个人都立大功吧，因为3个人都有自己各方面的优点嘛。
Okay, and I just asked him because they have really excellent performance today, and I would like to know who he think now is the most important position now in the team. And he told me that he think everyone in the team, his teammate, all have their advantage. That's why they can have very good matches and very high points right now. Okay, I think our players prepare and let's start counting. 那扎克应该准备好了，那接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, and let's find out the correct answer. 也有请扎克给我们公布一下正确答案是多少呢
？B 28.
Yeah, the correct answer is B. And also because we know we just talked about that every teammate now is very important in the team. And I would like to know, so for the match patch, you think that the one-on-one fighting or 3v3 fighting is more important or operate to the end of the game is more important? 那我这边想问一下，因为刚才我们也讲到了，说每一个队友其实现在都非常的厉害，都在队内至关重要。那你们现在整个狼队看下来，觉得像这个刀法更重要，还是现在在比赛当中你们的运营会更重要一些呢？
刀法的占比会高一点吧，然后其次就是运营。
Okay, so in my opinion, I still think one-on-one fighting is really important more than operate to the end of the game. Okay, now 我们刚才也聊了这么多了，也感谢扎克来到我们的赛后采访。哎呀，不知道第4把能不能结束，也非常期待接下来你们一把表现，好不好？那接下来我只能说什么？祝你们好运 ，OK？ 好，谢谢扎克来到我们的赛后采访。Thank you for today's interview and good luck to Team Wolves. And thank you for today's interview. We will take a break and be right back later.
Hello. Didn't even turn my lights on. It was a complete disaster. Welcome back to the NBPL. We're getting ready to go into our 4th game of the day. I believe we're moving back to Holleroth for this game as well. Wolves. Nope. Not Holleroth, the new map, Fedora. A complete robot. We just came off Holleroth. Wolves, the only team on match point eligibility right now, had an absolute stomper of a game 3. And they are well and above everybody else now in points, and the only team who can win. But if they take a MVP here, we are done. Everything is all wrapped up. But if the teams can find them, take them out of the game, this day will carry on. And we're looking at least game 6 before another team hits that match point eligibility. So it's going to be a very, very explosive, and I'm expecting a pretty bloody game.
I think like Wolves have 2 options. They can either treat this one as we can try and go for MVP now and go for broke, or they could, and this is a sort of strategic option that they could do. We know that they're not the most comfortable in Padoria. They might just look a composition that they don't want to MVP on, but they want to use to grief other teams out of the ability of MVPing. So that when we go into some of the other maps where they are more comfortable, aka Morris Isle, they have like the compositions that they still want to play for, that they want to MVP with, and they don't have the extra pressure of like teams breathing down their necks, being like, hey, I'm also above 70 points. If we MVP, like you have to stop us as well as setting yourself up for success at the same time.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. I didn't really think about like how you use your hero points in retrospect at this point, because it's like, yeah, you could just go, let's try and just burn a good comp now. Spend some, well, obviously it doesn't cost any points because it'll be your first time around, unless, well, depending on where you are in the pick order, it could be free or not. But regardless, like you could burn a good comp here and hope you pop the hell off once again. You just carry that momentum forward going into the next section, and then hope for that, or you save it and wait for a map you feel comfortable on. Anyway, you guys at home, yeah, you can grab yourself some goodies. Make sure you have your account linked to Twitch. These are the daily Twitch drops, but we are on the bi-weekly Twitch drops. We're on bi-weekly ones, so you can get yourself a Champion Bulbul gift choice. Moxie said they're lovely. That's all I'm going to say on that one.
They are. They're like animated stickers that you can use in chat.
That is very cute, to be fair. That is very cute. All you have to do is watch an hour.
But yeah, make sure that your account is linked, because if Wolves have their way, you don't get an hour.
I was about to say, you might not have an hour left, so make sure you're signed up soon, because we could be wrapping this up real quick. Really
we
solid.
We could have the 2 extremities. I mean, we're not wrapping up after game 3. That would have been an extremity. Can you imagine if Wolves had a 37.5 game is game number 1, and then another in game number 2, and then MVP in game number 3? That would have been crazy. That happened in solos. I know when they were practicing the system, Mike MVP in 3 rounds.
It happened in solos in practices. Okay, I was about to say, they definitely had a game 4 end over in solos. I know that.
But basically like that was the reason why like every single person was trying to make sure that Mike didn't have comfortable landing spots when we had our spring season, because they knew that if they gave him the opportunity, he would just end the day before we even got halfway through. But there it is, the 3 most impactful players currently, as well as their coach, just figuring out strategies, figuring out what they want to do. Because as we've talked about, Wolves, they can either go incredibly aggressive and try and channel their momentum off of a absolute stinker of a game that they had previously, or they could go strategic and try and stop some of these other teams from catching up. Because if you go for the momentum play, like, it's really good if it goes correctly, but I feel like if you try the momentum play and it goes horribly wrong, Wolves are going to take at least 1 map to be able to recover their mental.
Yeah.
Potentially, they don't recover, and they just keep sliding down the slope, and other teams are able to catch up to them.
That is the problem with Wolves. I think once it goes bad, it goes pretty bad for them. So I think they got to be locked and loaded and ready to go into this game. You know, depending on how confident you are, your coach could have ordered an Uber already. Got some food coming to the studio. So walk off stage, take it all. They have a lot of pressure on their shoulders right now, because And then like we said, the one good thing is they have more than one life. Unless, like, GG or JL have a game like they just had, realistically, no one's going to be on match point eligibility or match point until Game 6, realistically. So they have at least 2 lives, is the way I'd look at it right now.
Yeah. And also, like, because Pedora is still as new as it is, and these teams haven't had the sort of time to get the lowdown on how everyone around them plays, you don't know which composition, like, there isn't a composition that's going to give away that you're playing against Wolves, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Which is really good for Wolves, because as we've talked about, they're the only team that's MVP eligible. Every single team, except Wolves, now has a second thing on their agenda. They have to tick off the box. That is, make sure that Wolves have a bad game, because even if they pop off, even if they have a good game, if Wolves have a better one and Wolves get a win, we are done for the day. Wolves take the first bi-weekly finals of the summer season.
Yeah, it'll be done so. But like I said, there's plenty of teams who can really do well. Alliance having a very, very good day. I mean, JL are the only other team to have actually taken an MVP today as well. It's been Wolves and JL for the first 3 games. GG are an interesting one for me here, because I don't think they are as on form as we did see before. Tutik has a massive anime girl on his mouse mat. I just noticed that.
Have you just noticed the size of the mouse mat?
A massive anime girl mouse mat. Tutik, I respect it, brother.
You're not going to comment on the angle of the keyboard?
Yeah, he's like, that is hilarious. That is so funny. Is that? I don't know if I should say the name of that character. I think it's from another game. That's funny. I mess with that, man.
I mean, some of them have like big mouse pads with gaming characters. Some of them have massive gaming pads with anime characters.
That's the only anime one I've seen so far. I'm now gonna be a mouse mat guy. I'm just gonna look at everyone's mouse mat. Mine's boring. Mine's just black. I just got a big black one.
I have a KLA one because KLA gave me a goodie bag over in Chengdu.
Oh, okay, cool. I was about to say, I've been the biggest KLA fan on this broadcast. If they were giving you stuff and not me stuff, I wasn't there. That's okay.
I got my KLA gym bag. I got my KLA electronic water bottle
KLA.
that retains the temperature.
KLA, guys, message me on Twitter. Send me some stuff. I've been your biggest fan. All right, stop asking for free stuff.
Jake's wanting drops before we get to the drop locations of Pedora.
Yeah.
You gotta make sure that your luck glyphs, Jake. You gotta make sure your luck glyph loadout is running.
Yeah, that's the problem. I have no luck glyphs in real life. I think that's what's been going on for me.
That's so sad to hear. I'm so sorry. I was like, how do I respond to this? Like, I can't make a joke. I can't make a cutting remark. That's just sad.
You just gotta go in. You just gotta go in on me. It's fine, Moxie. I appreciate that you gave me a sincere response. A lot of other casters on a lot of other games would have just buckled down on me on that one.
Well, we can buckle in and get ready for game number 4, as it is going to be the hero picks coming through. And Wolves have the last round selection and will continue to have the last round selection, making it even harder this team to be able to pick the composition they want without absolutely melting through their hero points.
Are we in that selection now? Because that might have been the selection. Like, are we in the point where I say that selection for people that don't know what I'm talking about? Are we in the point where we're working backwards? Because to me, this looks like we're working backwards. So, for anyone who is just joining and missed my ramble at the beginning of the day, once we hit a certain point in the day, the round selection is in reverse order of the standings. So if you are at the bottom of the standings, you have first priority on hero selection, and if you're at the top, you have lowest priority on a hero selection. So I think we're actually in that stage already. And Karumi, she's removed.
Yeah, no surprises there. If you're in the first phase, you always fire the Kurumi. And if you're in phase 2, you always go the Zip. I think everyone in phase 3 is just gonna have to go for the damage control compositions. Like, this is the decision that Wolves have to make. Are they going to cash out or are they going to play safe?
I mean, so what are your options right now? You've got Sand Siphon, you've got Blind Date,
Attack on Titan.
I think Attack on Titan's kind of meh because there's actually no monks being picked at all.
GG are locking up. Oh, that's Zip, Hardy, and
they're
Kalen.
going in.
They are going in
That's
for it.
costly. Keep in mind.
That is Kylan was extra expensive, Hardy was extra expensive, Zip was extra expensive.
Including this game, we have 5 games. So there's 4 more games left, potentially, today. And they're already on 6 points. That is Wolves throwing the gauntlet down, saying, we win here?
So
we have to slow this whole thing down.
This is actually really, really smart from them. Because there are so many other comps that are playing the same heroes that they're on. That's a composition that's going to take Realm of Yang, so if you see them posturing up for Realm of Yang, you're not going to think anything's amiss. It's a composition that's very strong to be able to cap Spirit Well. So likewise, if you see Wolves posturing in for Spirit Well, you're not going to be able to identify like, oh, that's 100% Wolves.
Also,
this is probably the smartest thing that they could have done to make sure that their additional pressure for being the only team on MVP is off their backs for as much as they possibly can influence it.
And for everyone at home, just so you know, what we see on our screens right now, the full skins and the customization is not what the players see. The players see default characters on screen. So it's very hard to identify because for some people you'll see, oh, this player plays this skin on this hero and this loadout and stuff like that. That is not what the players see. They see default basic heroes running around the map. So when you do a tactic like this, like Wolves have done, and they lock in a Kalon and a Kalon heavy lobby, they are basically disguised right now. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Kalons on the map. You have a 1 in 5 chance of this being Wolves.
Yeah, and it's gonna be like, even the loadout too is very what you would expect to see coming through. JDG are actually running the F2 variant of the Kylan. So no combo break available for them. Watch out for that one. That could be costly. Especially if there's a team that's able to get their hands on something like Merciless Havoc, as we've seen in the past.
Yeah.
It will be interesting as well to see whether or not Wolves drop where we've seen them previously, if they drop a little bit further away from everybody to try and play a little bit slower, or if they immediately throw themselves directly into the action. This is Morning Dew, Padoria, so no increased Fireflies, and it is going to be Wolves heading into a pretty contested area. Skygaze is definitely one of those places that a lot of teams do like to frequent. You can see that they are going to be contested by DRG. DRG going to be landing directly in the center of it. Wolves going to be trying to put themselves towards Celestial Barge. So it is going to be KLA and Bowder going head-to-head for the prized location of Arcadia. BBE Alliance, we might actually get to see. There are 3 teams landing Imperium. If enough kills come through from one team, that portal's gonna open up and we're gonna see the longsword picked up.
Yes, we are. This is a very tense game. GG once again, though. Just stopping off.
Yeah, this is standard fare. Twilight passes their secret tunnels.
Yeah. They are a team of habits, they are. Right, Wolves, eyes on them. They're getting themselves looted up immediately, getting some armor sorted out for themselves. JL and OUG are going to find out themselves in a scrap SS. Open up onto One Feng. One Feng only got the fists. Fist versus nunchucks. I wouldn't want to be on the fist side of that one. They're easily taking this one. JL's VVV. I believe he just missed the F, but that doesn't matter. They're able to secure themselves 1 kill. OUG getting turned around onto here. JL, beautiful little turnaround, and now Jin Yu with his fists taken out by the nunchucks. JL off to a good start off the back of this one as SS, last man standing, should be finished up any second now. Here comes BBB. Tidy this one up, although he's doing a bit of work. Making it hard, making work for it.
Oh, Wolves gonna have to work for control of their space now. DRG gonna be contesting. Wolves already having managed to find Celestial Barge as theirs now gonna be going towards that lava gem. with the charged RMBs on the fan, also getting hit into charged RMBs coming through from DRG's end. And DRG have been able to drop one. 9HQ has gone down. Gem now going head-to-head against the Matari. Longsword versus fan gets hit by the charged vertical of that longsword, loses the fan to the parry. And that is not the start that Wolves wanted for this team. Jake, I worry. The past feels like it's repeating itself a little bit.
I think the nerves are kicking in.
I think the nerves might be kicking in. As in the meantime, we've got Alliance going head-to-head against FPX. We're going to see Forbidden Seal. No ultimate's going to be able to come into play. As Alliance NY7 trying to come through with the dual halberds. Gets stuck inside the Tumult Wisp. The follow-through is that he should be able to live the duration. Fortunately, he's just getting hounded down by the jump horizontals off of those halberds. And he is going to fall for it. Jun on that Takeda, scale rushing off of the Forbidden Seal itself to be able to keep pressure. Scout out where Alliance are scurrying off to. Outside of the Forbidden Seal to potentially throw in something like a Tessa ultimate. For that CC to give them just an extra little bit of sustain. There it is. Tessa ultimate does come through, doesn't catch anybody, however, as it is telegraphed and BBE are able to read around it.
Yes, they are. BBE able to secure themselves a kill. And Alliance, another team who seem to be somewhat struggling, actually. They had a very, very solid start to the day, but all of a sudden things have gone a little bit bad for them. Revenge gonna have to go off and revive. As FPX getting turned onto, just going to kite back out of the no-ult zone where Junks can use his power, gets a double parry off. Roishishi losing a lot of HP. Fat Milk also forced to pop the ultimate just to keep them going, and FPX jump back into that no-ult zone, just going to pop the pots and get themselves set up. BBE, are they going to pressure forwards? Looks like they want to see where Xiaohu's going. They've got eyes on FPX. Junks moving away. FPX are somewhat scattered though, as Xiaohu gets himself staggered. Can take a couple of seconds for them to catch up. Now Xinyu being chased down by DRG. OUG started this game by getting taken out. It looks like it's just going to continue to be a pretty rough one for them off the back of it. Are looking for a turnaround. Dong9 gets a bit of damage off onto them. Xinyu going low, just been kept up. Luckily, in his favor. Can they keep him going? He has got the ult, so there's going to be the sustain coming in from the ultimate. He's actually starting to find a bit of a turnaround. OUG, the window has been given to them. Can they? It's
given by JL though, which means that the window is going to be shut pretty rapidly. As DRG had to use the boom bin to just drop it, layer it onto location to stop the third-party attempt coming through from JL. As a result, we'll be able to see off the intruders. But Wolves, this is the recovery. Can they stick the landing? Or is it going to be a fall flat into the next lobby? Gem gets parried, stuck on the buttery rocks. Goes into the charged R&B with the staff. Throws it out onto Yodo, gets the parry onto CJS. The follow-up from that charged vertical on the Phantom. Not managing to catch the disengage. Huge parry as well that XEM is going to be able to cover for his player. Whole sword now from ZK putting pressure. Charged R&B on the fan. CGS is going to get the reset moment with the Yodo F3. But this just looks like Wolves are going to be able to try and find the isolated players. CGS is going to throw a Hail Mary of a Yodo ultimate to try and just push Wolves a little further back by his team the space. But Wolves have already been able to come in with one kill. CGS now caught on the cliffside is not going to be able to disengage this. Out comes the charged vertical on Gem's fan. In go the kills that Wolves needed.
Did you not see that fumble, Moxie? That was... So, what happened there was GG Wushen ulted out. They have a G... They do... I did see that right. Yeah. So, they I was just checking out of Wushen for a second. They did Wushen out, but they didn't bring one player. One player was out of the radius, so they didn't get teleported. I think Wolves had a massive pressure advantage. They were going to Wushen and just reset and then continue the pressure onto Wolves. But Wolves were honestly in a pretty rough spot there. But the moment they isolated one player, Wolves were able to turn that pressure back around, isolate onto GG, and win that fight. That was I've not seen a Wushen fumble like that since the one which ulted into the Thorny Roller on the Horroroth. up there. But that was a rough play there for GG, and they kind of gave Wolves a bunch of momentum off the back of this. Now,
yeah, they gave Wolves purple armor.
Yeah, that's huge, but back into the action now. VVV jumps in to the Kurumi ult to get some healing, some armor back for himself. Taking a lot of damage, though, in the midst of all of this action. Has got the tether now onto him just to keep him topped up. Bane's Breath in favor of JL. We're jumping down the side of the cliff towards the lava. JL pressuring up onto Kakashi. Can they find that opening? Don't hit the F there. Catching the uppercut onto Wushin 98 is going to get a whole heap of damage off to them. Charge from that sword comes in. BVV just going for a heal, but TXJ is being juggled around in the meanwhile, so he needs to re-engage quick to save his teammate. Lovely little turnaround. TXJ going low. Lovely uppercut coming in from Kakashi. BVV goes down. TXJ is now rejoining into the fray, into the fight. Does have that ultimate. Has got the tether on, but is using that not onto the Karen to get the revive. Is using it onto One Feng. Ultimate has been used there. Timing out fairly soon here for the side of TXJ. Can they find the damage is the question. Can they find the turnaround? Kakashi eats a lot of damage from the fan. Juggled back, knocking them back towards that lava. TXJ just going to jump back up. Zone closing in. WX98 goes down. And JL find the turnaround.
This is not what Wolves wanted either. JL popping off is not good news for the team currently on top. Off of the win against GG, they have been able to pick themselves up purple armor for their Kylan. They do have ultimates intact as well, so I would guess that they're going to try and turn this lobby around and get the kills that they missed out on in the first zone by putting themselves into a Realm of Young portal, and their position definitely lends it to appear so right next to a shop, right next to one of those Young entrances. They're hoping that they're not going to get contested either, so they don't have to burn those cooldown usages. Unfortunately for them, FX is hot on their heels. They're going to put themselves into the portal immediately. They're still missing Soul Jade slots. This is going to be a little bit dicey for them, especially because they're going up against JDG. Their haste to enter the portal. They're pulling a team that have full purple armor and weapon loadout, so everything has to go perfectly. XEM hasn't used the cooldown just yet. Sees that we're going to get a Hardy ultimate from NiHQ immediately. Cube is going to be set up for Wolves to fall back onto if they feel pressured. F1 now utilized. Remember, Jing has the F2, no combo break, so he might potentially fall prey to it. Two-Tick already taking a chunk of damage, uses the charge RMB on the fan. Jim now getting to just put himself into a different position, swap over towards that pistol, put some pressure from the range before swapping over to that Hang Sword. Hasn't pulled the Kylan ultimate just yet. Instead, unfortunately, gets hit into the uppercut extension off of the jump horizontal from that spear. Kylan ultimate now comes on through from JDG. Wolf's going to be following up with their second. Dodges the first slash through. Tries to find the full hit. Both of these Kylans not really wanting to use their entire duration of the ultimate, putting pressure on the other, needing to find an opening for their team. And Gem is going to be able to find the pressure, putting it onto all of the sustain available. Force now from the other side of JDG. XEM catching Jing before he can cling himself onto that pillar. As it is just going to be full pressure. NiHQ and Gem both trying to get the kill to stick onto this Kylan. Not able to peel for their zip. Not able to keep the Hardy alive once the zip has fallen. Huge horizontal prio into uppercut confirmation coming on through from the Kylan, but it's just not enough. JDG will be able to recover and see themselves the winner, and Wolves, rough start, rough middle patch. It's going to be a really bad recovery for this team.
That was almost the turnaround, but now we're looking at Balor versus FPXU. Ultimate now timed out. Does get a lovely parry onto Junks. Finishes him up beautifully off the back of that one. And that is just a nice little tidy up there from Balor to grab themselves some goodies. But yeah, going back to Wolves, I think they just kind of misplayed on the Kylan. They weren't really using that ult effectively. The first couple of dashes were on another Kylan and not on the kind of group and dealing with everyone else. It felt like a very scattered fight, and I think this is what we see Wolves do when they get into a position where they're pressured, is when they're not feeling that pressure, they seem very collected as a group. But when they're feeling that pressure, when the heat is on, they kind of almost just instinctually go off and do their own thing. And it was it wasn't a fight where all three players were fighting at the same time. It was 2 sets of 2 and then 1 set of 1 fighting inside that realm of Yang. As here we are on Wolves. 3 minutes. Get themselves some kills under their belt. Luckily, they will still keep all their armor and stuff, so they'll have some pretty good setups for this fight. They just need to actually utilize that.
They need to find a team that's not going to third party, is the problem. They're already down to 3 minutes as well, by like having to spend this time just rotating around, trying to scout. Not just where the players are, but a composition that they actually want to take a fight against. As GG is going to be patrolling the area, trying to get the most usage out of their Mystic Might. JDG with the Vermilion Birds Might having 1 against Wolves. Gonna be taking a little bit of downtime, just grabbing some resources. Going through the higher loot to area, understanding that if they do get challenged for that space, they have the advantages. KLA just gets caught. That's gonna be Vermilion Birds Might flipped off of their backs by FPX. Potentially running into a fight against JL. Also got a couple of players still in Spirit Form. It looks actually like KLA have players still in Spirit Form, so one of their players revived out of sync with the rest of their teammates, was then jumped, palmed the team like, hey, it's not great to try and revive her. Just hold off a little bit longer, is now out of Spirit Form. Wolves are on the hunt.
I think they finally found a team.
Can they find the recovery, or are we going to go another game? ASE have all of their ultimates available to them, unfortunately.
They got 1:30. They need to just engage onto ASE.
But if they go for the engagement onto ASE, like, here's the problem. If they take the direct engagement, they have to go against a Karumi and a Temi and a Takeda. Takeda can use his ultimate to knock all of you back, so you're not going to be able to find the kill. Karumi can use the Teva at the beginning of the fight to just give them 90% damage reduction, and Temi can drop his ultimate and buy the team the amount of time to just reposition out from the fight. Looks like they're going to take it. Gem, understanding there's no time to hold ultimates, they just have to go in and play aggressive. The problem is that this Kylan ultimate is not going to be able to move freely when the Temi ultimate comes through from ASE. If ASE have it available. As Corki is now just being picked, they're pressuring the Karumi to force the ultimate. The second that the ultimate has been forced, the Karumi now uses the Teva, but the Teva has already been broken. The 90% damage reduction going to start to abate. The Tumult ultimate comes on through, but the damage has been done. It's so late in the fight. Wolves have already been able to find a kill onto Lemon. Huge parry comes through from Corki. Tumult Wisp looks to try and punish some of the players from Wolves if they hold the forward position, but Gem with the charge vertical on that fan will be able to clean up that HQ, aiding with the Fist Blades. I'm not sure, at the start of the fight, did ASE have the Temi ultimate charged, or did it come through halfway?
I don't think it ever got fired, to be honest with you.
It did get used, but it was too late. Lemon had already gone down. Which honestly makes me think that ASE did not have the Tumult ultimate available when the fight began.
Yeah, I think they were caught off guard by the engage. It was a desperation engage, but that was the Wolves we know. A Wolves who, by the way, GG are gone. That was a Wolves who, you know, they found their opening. They picked the perfect targets, jumped the Karumi, isolate her from her team, force her to ult herself, not the team, so you don't get that mass sustain. It's just the solo sustain. Keep the pressure up. Really, really well played there from Wolves. Kylan executed really, really well, and you know that's gonna do a lot for their mental, because that was a hard comp. I think you called out all of the good points about why it was a hard fight for them to take. But they were able to execute on that regardless. And yes, that was down to some of the ult timers. But either way, really, really nice play coming in from that team as JL. Actually,
I think someone got griefed.
Third party. I don't know if they. I think they're.
Yeah, that's JDG. That's no, that's DRG.
Yeah, it's DRG.
JDG were the ones that went in. JL tried to go for the grief play. JDG were able to get, yes, 1, 2, 3 of their players into Realm of Yang, as were OUG. So it is going to be a 3 versus 3. Kylan composition. Going to be coming on for Jinyu. Sitting on that V2. Hasn't used it just yet. Sits in the back position. Third position with that longsword. Looking to try and force as much pressure as possible Rika going low. SS also losing a lot of his armor. Kylan gets the zip sustain to be able to take that forward position. Gets hit into by the cavalry bloom. Has to utilize the F1 to be able to break out of it. Comes in now with that Kylan ultimate. Trying to find the cleave onto JDG's Kiki. They really want to get the kill onto the zip. They might be able to find it. And indeed they do. Really good coordination coming on through from OUG. Setting up from the Skyland dashes into follow-up from this fan, and now there is no sustain available on the side of JDG's team. Jinyu, however, with that blue armor, has to be careful he doesn't take too much damage. F1 utilized once again into the jump horizontals of the longsword into follow-up from Rico with the fist blades, and OUG are going to be able to see themselves win that realm of Yang, as Wolves wisely did not put themselves into a realm of Yang, and are instead looking to just capitalize on the positions of the center side, putting themselves into the outskirts of Imperium, anticipating the teams with Yang depletion to start to drift over and give them an opportunity to start making up some of the ground that they're lacking.
Yeah, I mean, so the good news for Wolves is there isn't one team popping off as hard as they did last game. It's a pretty good spread. The bad news for Wolves is it means more teams are going to be qualifying collectively at some point soon. Like I said, I think the end of game 5 we'll probably see a couple more teams qualify, and then by game 6 we'll have 3 or 4 teams on that on match point who will be able to close out. So, you know, the day's not done for them, but they do have a lot of work to do here. And remember, this game, they spent a fair chunk of their hero points. They've only got 6 hero points for the rest of the day. There's 4 more games potentially to go. So they are painted into a bit of a corner off the back of that one. But there's still plenty of players, plenty of teams left for them to farm some kills off and close that distance between them and the guys at the top of this particular game. Those are Balder and JDG, although JDG are running around with the Realm of Yang debuff. So Wolves are going to be grateful for that. Although, to be fair, Wolves did also have the debuff and they made a miracle comeback off the back of it.
OUG with that Mystic Might, just rotating, seeing if they can find any stragglers. Any players that have tried to just move away from Imperium, put themselves out of the attention of all of the strong teams in the area. Haven't been able to find anything just yet. So they might be running into Wolves, because last we saw from Wolves, they weren't going center of Imperium, they were heading towards the outer skirts. You can see, like, JDG, like, they just have 3 players, and they're looking for anyone that they can find right now.
And they find it is the question.
That is going to give them a kill. Any team that is a little bit behind, they don't want to go Imperium. They know that there's going to be multiple teams in Imperium, but unfortunately for them, they have to bite the bullet. We're going to clear it even longer just to see whether or not we're going to be able to run into any players around as of speak. But there's just absolutely nothing.
It's a ghost town. There's 30 people on the map. Oh, there we go.
Alliance have been spotted. We saw a hint of a nameplate. The problem is we saw the name pop up. I'm not sure if JDG saw Alliance, as you would have to have the eyes of an eagle to be able to see those pixels. There is a bounty as well, or a variant challenger scroll coming on through. JDG are in the vicinity of OUG, but OUG are about to lose Mystic Might, which means that they're probably not going to have the confidence of trying to take some of these fights. As really, unfortunately, JDG must be down to about a minute left. OUG now going to be putting themselves into the invisibility bush. They know that they managed to knock a team out of Realm of Yang. They know that the team is running around with Yang depletion. They also know that, hey, no kills have come through, so that team with Yang depletion must have to take a fight now with 2 minutes remaining. And as a result, they're going to be playing it incredibly quietly until they can get an opportunity to go in for the third party that JDG are forced into having to take a fight with. It's going to be an opener off of that Kylan F1. Forces the Zai F3. Harumi Tava comes out. Lovely jump parry from Jing to be able to get the Nezha's follow-up. And then it's going to immediately be followed up as well by Tutik with the Cavalry Bloom. However, the Dragon's Roar is the star of the show. And as a result, JDG are forced to about turn as BBE show up for the third party.
Looks like everyone's starting to collapse in. Your prediction was right. The third party coming in. Roy Shishi finds himself in danger. They've only been able to cleanse a single member so far. And now it's getting very heated. Jin comes himself pinned in a corner. DRG are going to be able to capitalize on that with a fan and secure themselves the kill. And people are starting to drop. 2-tick next up to go down. Wolves find themselves in a scrap here versus OUG, although NHQ uses a lot of HP, so they might just have to back off the back of this. Don't really want to take it, but OUG being pretty aggressive right now. Does look like Wolves have been able to disengage. It's very much that waiting game for them. Getting a bit more healing out from the Zip. Nice thing, the Zip will reduce your need for the for pots and consumables. It looks like Wolves just going to call it off for the moment. They are playing a very slow and steady game right now. Very slow and steady.
Kind of have to, is the thing. They know that there are going to be teams in the area who went into this realm of Yanni's who are running around with legendary armor and legendary weapons.
Yeah.
The way that Wolves are going to be able to grab this map back is Spiritwell, which is why they've started moving towards this one. Unfortunately for them, Spiritwell is so contested by all of these teams. No one knows if Wolves are still in the
ZK!
No one knows if Wolves are around. ZK! Huge play from him. The smash and grab. Legendary armor. Picks
that was a heist.
He is just gone. A whisper on the wind, and everyone else disperses. Everyone else except, unfortunately, JDG and OUG, who are hands caught in the cookie jar. Go down to DRG.
That was, honestly, it's not everything they would have wanted from the Spiritwell, but it's something good. It was something big.
Legendary armor is enough to put it onto either your Hardy or your Kylan, so that if your Zip does go down, you've still got a win condition. And can just play full survival mode.
I think they put it on their Zip. I need to double check now. Which does seem a bit weird, but we'll see. We'll see when we get into
Zip is the target. Outside of Realm of Yang, Zip is the go-to target. So it's sort of like putting all of your armor on the Kurumi.
Okay, let's talk some Wolves positives here. We've seen JDG with 10 kills knocked out of the game. So Wolves have an advantage to play with. They get the grapple. They may just look for the kill off the back of this one. Xiaohu trying to make a breakaway. Can they actually get that space? Wolves are just being relentless. That's going to force the Kurumi ultimate out from them. The rest of the team are diving into the middle of this play. Wolves are just going to back and peel away from the Kurumi ult as FPX continue to keep the pressure up onto them. ZK finds himself a little bit isolated. Needs to reconnect with the rest of the team. Zem being chased down in the middle of all of this as well. There's a Bane's Breath on top. It's starting to get a little bit too dicey here for Wolves. Looks like he's rejoined with ZK. At Night HQ as well, back in the business. Wolves trying to get a couple of early kills put together, trying to pull this game back for themselves, get that momentum back in their favor, almost get themselves in a bit of a dicey situation.
They have to be careful that they don't overgreed. Like, you can tell that they're feeling that pressure, that they want to try and go for more kills because they know they're behind the rest of the lobby. They just have to play patient. Keep all of their players alive. Try and just play the long con. HQ's still in blue armor as well, so they're having to play much more passively and really disguise the fact that one of them is a blueberry at the moment, because you can see the armor. You can't see the weapon that everyone's on, but you can see the armor that they're on. The second you see a blue, that's the team that you're turning on to. Wolves now looking to turn on to the players a little bit too late on those rotations away from the zone, push them against the corner to heat into all of that corruption tick damage. But unfortunately for them, they're just not able to hold their ground and keep up the fight. Spiritwell is going to be contested now, and they prioritized getting into a position to find those kills on those teams rotating. They're not there to be able to put pressure on the Spiritwell. As a result, no team has been able to cap it just yet. Bowder in one of the best positions. Wolves now starting to make a play for it off of these charged verticals on the fan, as well as charged RMBs coming through from those dual halberds. But KLA are just so stalwart. They're so stubborn. They're not giving Wolves this one for free. And it's going to become an absolute scrap, and Wolves just don't have the loot to be able to hold their ground. Every single team in the area has so much better sustain than Wolves right now. Gem, an absolute sliver of health, has to pop the Kylan ultimate to reposition and give himself an additional lease on life. Goes right back in. Wolves taking advantage of the Kylan ultimate, trying to put themselves into a position where they're going to be able to cap that Spirit Wall and get these ultimates back as quickly as they possibly can. Kessler ultimate is going to come through. Jam gets caught out by it. He tried a frame dodge, but he's not able to. There's no follow-up, though, to punish the Kylan's misplay. And Wolves are still trying to get the Spirit Well. And they do. They grab it. Spirit Well goes to Wolves. They've got their ultimates back. Jake, they can make the turnaround.
That's huge as well, because the blueberry is now a goldberry. How do you deal with that? He's suddenly been turned onto. It is carnage on the low ground. As you can see, everyone is fighting out. KLA have been able to secure themselves a kill onto Rico. Zem, ultimate back in his pocket. Like you said, they've got that reinvestment. It was worth the price that Wolves paid. The risk has come through, and now they need to stamp it down. They need to convince us why they took the last 2 games, why they have been on fire. They have been hit by the Tessa stun, so they need to spread away, gather their thoughts, but in comes Junks for the turnaround. He's not able to really get too much of a follow-up. A lot of damage is coming in, but the zip healing is there to keep Wolves alive. Zem can't find that opening yet. They find himself pinned on multiple fronts. Ultimate still available to him. Hasn't used that Kylan ult yet. Zem just waiting for the opportunity. They go onto the low ground, open up onto another team. SS low HP, but they're not going to see him. They're not going to jump him. Wolves holding their O for now. 6 kills is what they have. They need to get more. They got to make the work. They got to make this work out for them. 2 minutes left on this game. No clear leader right now. Everyone is relatively close to one another. Wolves playing the high ground here, as it looks like Baldur's U finds himself caught for a second, but does get opened up onto here. VVV is going to be the person he skirmishes against. Decides he doesn't want to do that one and is going to step away. 1 minute 40 left on this timer. Wolves playing the high ground. They're waiting for the perfect opportunity to unleash their Kylan, to put as many kills together as possible. Zem here has actually dropped down from that aerial dance, and he finds himself in a little bit of danger. Here he goes, popping in with the ultimate. Wolves are going to start this one up. They've secured 1. They go for another. Wolves now suddenly jumping all the way up to 8 kills, making it work for them. Low HP though. Zem needs to heal. Ultimate now on cooldown. That's another kill for Wolves, jumping them up to 9. Bowder is able to secure a kill onto KLA. This is going to be an unbelievably tight game. Wolves are doing everything in their power to make this work for them. Zhao, who finds himself in danger. ZK in the middle of an action, all of the action for the moment. Alliance blinking health bars. Stun hits onto multiple people. Zem stunned outside the zone. Loses so much HP off the back of this one. He needs to get himself a soul bloom. He's parried. Loses his fan. It's somehow back in the game. Wolves! I think they just did it. I don't know what happened. There was just an explosion and everyone died.
Now and
anything could happen, and congratulations, the first bi-weekly final of the Trolls game this season. They are Wolves.
同样也在我们2024 Nbpl 的夏季赛的首个3排周决
This is the first summer split championship of the Trolls game, and you guys really did excellent job. Just shouting for you. And now I would like to know, so for you, anything you want to say to your teammate? You guys really did great job, thank you. We know, just calm down right now because I know you guys really excited. Okay, Xiaomo, so now you just do it, do what you said.
不开玩笑，今天啊可以看到
What you wanna say
开场的时候的放
now? I would like to say, just do it. It's not a joke.
最后的颁奖一气呵成。 奈何桥。
And also we
前两天也
know
是在
today,
采访的时候来到收获
although we
到
are
了
the
狼队之后
bi-weekly final, but
不
for
用怎么
you
多说
guys, you
干就
really
完
did
事儿
great
了
job
那你
so
感觉
for
来
the
到狼队
from
拿下
the
了这个
game
周
1
冠
to
之
game
后
4
最
really
想感谢的人是
fast.
谁
And I would like to know, so now who you want to
哎
thank
感谢完了
to?
队友，我们要问一下教练，
Yeah,
他唯独没感谢
absolutely.
你
I
开个
want
玩
to
笑
say thank
那
you to my
其实啊
teammate.
也是帮助
And
狼
okay,
队拿
we
下
just
了
say
首个
thank you
中
to
学
your
的冠军。
teammate. And
感觉其
also,
实
I would
一
like
路
to
以
know,
来
so
看着
coach,
自
so
己的
how's
队
your
员们
feeling
有
right
什么
now?
话想跟
And
他们说
anything you want to
我
say
只
to
是
your
觉得
teammate?
他们一直有冠军的实力吧。只是
I
我们
think
每次决赛
they
可能赛
have
运有
they
点
have
长
the ability
然后
to
今
get the
天
championship, but
赛
every
运确实
time
也
it's
挺好
like
然后
we
最
just
主要就
lack
是
of
他们这一
some
阶段的努力
lucky.
确实是看在眼里
And
他们
I
该
know
获得他
that
的冠军
you know, so
哇，
for
我
this
们
summer
教练
split,
也是
they are
评估一
working
下。
hard
其实
every
啊，可
day,
以看
and
到狼队
all
啊
the
一直以
efforts
来
they
都是靠
did,
着自己敢打
I
敢拼
know
的
that,
一
and
个
I think they
比赛
worth
风
this
格，然
championship.
后通过自己敢打敢拼的一个
Yeah,
想法
we
和队员
know.
们
So
的
for
凝
the
聚力，
team
最终
Wolves,
是战
you
胜了
really
这
did
个
great
周
job.
冠的舞
You
台。
have
其实
your
问一下教
style,
练吧，
and you
那
are
你
good
感
at
觉其实这
fighting.
次的
And
中学
also
冠军
for
对于
coach, there's a
狼
question.
队，这是对我
So
来说
in
有着
the
怎么样
summer
的一个意
split,
义？
so
我
for
觉
the
得狼队
whole
在这个项目
team
沉寂了很多
Wolves,
年吧，
how
一
you
直都没
think
有拿到他
for
们属于
this
的
summer
自己
split?
冠军。然后我们这一批
Your
人来的时
ambition.
候，算是
I think Wolves,
对
we
我
are
奠定了第
like
一个冠军
big，
然后打
club,
了一针强
and
心剂吧。
for the
我觉得这
NARAKA,
只是一
it's
个
already
小小
many
的
years
开
for
端，
us,
后面
and
肯
I
定这只
think
虎狼之师还
so.
会为我
You know,
们
today
继
this
续
championship
送上
is
精彩
just
的
the
火焰。
beginning
我想接下来
for
进
the
入到我们的
story
周
of our
决的
teams,
颁奖时
and
刻，有
we
请我
will
们的工作人
see
员送上
how
我们
we
的
will
冠军卷
how
轴。
the
接下
mountain
来，
high, and
今
we
天
will
的这
climb
支
it.
最速传说虎狼之师，
Yeah, we know
请来到
you
我们
guys
的冠
just
军
did
卷
the
轴前，
miracle,
选一个
and
代表吧。
now it's the
然后
time
一
to
会儿去
enjoy
盖
your
上
honor,
属
and
于
please,
成都狼的
our
冠军烙
Scarrow
印。
and
我
our
想
seal
在盖
just
上烙印
came
之
to
前的
the
话，也
center of
再
the
次展
stage,
示一下
and
成都
it's
狼
your
队的
time to
战
stamp
队
your
的队
name
标。
on the Scarrow.
昨天的单排啊，战至最后一场。
We
今
know
天的三排，
yesterday,
来
so
有
for the
请
solo game,
小恶魔
they
先
fight
展示一
to
下
the
冠
end
军
of the
的
game.
主龙
And
印，
today,
成
the
都狼队
Trolls
的
game.
logo。
Okay, it's time for us
好的，
to
接下来
show your stamp.
盖上属于你的周决冠军烙印。
Now it's your honor time.
有请所有的队员以及教练来到我们的冠军卷
Okay,
轴
so
前
it's。time for us to memorize, and now so all the teammates together. We
好，
can
一起
take a
看一
photo
下前方，
together.
我们先合影留念一下，稍后再去拿一下我们的话筒进行一个赛后采访。让我们
Okay,
再次把
so
掌声
let's
送给
take
2024
the photo
NBPL
first, and
夏
then we
季
will
赛
have more
首个周
interview.
决
And
三排
let's
冠军。今
congratulations
天的
all
虎
the
狼之
audience
师
here.
最
We can
速传
shout
说
out your
成都
name.
狼
They
队。
are our first championship of summer
好的，
split,
有请我
which
们
is
的狼队队
Team
员来到我们
Wolves.
身后的这个话筒，来，有请。
Okay, you can take your microphone.
再次回到了扎克身边啊，其实，来
Yeah.
所有的选手们一起来到我们的台前。这个时候，虎狼之
I
师
have more
再次集
questions
结
for
完毕。
you for the
那
whole
问一下
teams.
扎克吧，其
And
实
I have a
来
question
到
for
了狼队
ZK.
自己，我相信啊，也有很多
I
想
know
法和
you
目标
just。
你感觉
like
其实一直以
came
来
to
支
the
持你
Wolves.
继续
You
在这支队伍
must have
前
a
进
lot
下
of
去，并且跟队
ambition
员们凝聚在
and
一起的
a
共
lot
同
of
目标
things
是什
want
么
to？ say to your
想
fans.
想
Anything
赢
you want?
哇，那
What's
其
your
实
ambition
这一
for
路
this
走来的
summer
话
split?，
你感觉有什么是最难
I
克
wanna
服的
win
并且战胜了他，拿
So
到了
in
这个
this
冠军？
journey, what
最
you
难克
think
服就
is the
是
hardest
会有
part
一段时
for
间
you?
就是那种低谷期吧，就
Yeah,
感觉谁
the
都打不
hardest
过，
part
然后
for
那时
me
候
is
就
to like
打得自己
adjust
有
my
点抑
status,
就
and I
感觉自
think
己谁都打
sometimes
不过，然后
I'm
过了以后
really
就感觉
feel sad
够了。
because I think I'm
把
not
自己
good
的
at
心中的
fighting,
emo
and
给
everyone
调
is
整了之后
like stronger than.
自己的这个
It's
状态。
really a hard
那
time
接
for
下来
me.
问一下乔子吧，乔子其
Yes, we
实
all know how to
来到一支
adjust
队
your
伍的话，
status
和
and
队员
like
们相处下来之
emotion
后，你感觉
is
自己
very
有什么样的一个
important
心
to
态
all
的
the
变化
esport
和一个
players.
打法上的一个
And
进步
also for NHQ, so for you, how you just adjust like your psychology
是一个
in
主
the
动看到
matches.
的，感觉我们3个刀都很硬，然后再加上就
Yeah, we know that
一个陪3个人不蓄力。
in the beginning of the game 4, there's a little pity, but I believe my teammate, and because I know that our hero combination is strong, our fighting is strong, and all the status today is really good, so I just believe them.
这个赛季的个人目标以及兄弟们的
And
目标
also, so for 小恶魔, so I would like to know for you, not only for you or for the whole
那如
team.
果接下来
So
你身边2
what's
位
your
兄弟又 emo
ambition?
了，你有什么办法帮他们调节一下？
So for me,
emo 了我不一样
for the whole team,
emo 了
I
你不
wanna
易，那大
get
家
the
也是始终
championship.
保持着和小
So
王
how
一样
you
乐观向
can
上的
just
一个态
adjust
度
the
这样
psychology
一个
not
接
only
一
for
个的
you
冠
but
军
for
继续
all
发
the
起冲击，
teammates
让我们再
if
次恭
they
喜
are
2024
still think they
NBPL
are
三
not
排
good
首个
enough?
周决
I
冠
will
军，
help
让我
them.
们恭喜的就是
Okay, it's time to
成都狼队
endure honor
再次
and
把
let's
掌声送给他们。
congratulations again our first championship of the Trolls game of 2024 Summer Slip, which is Team Wolves. Congratulations!
Hello, welcome back. I genuinely am so shocked by that win there from Wolves. I thought we still had so much time, so much build up in that final circle. And then before I knew it, there was like a pop and everybody was gone and Wolves were announced the winner. Like, I genuinely don't know what happened. I did ask Moxie if she knew what happened, so luckily she does. So Moxie, how did Wolves win? I have no idea.
Okay, so you were shocked. Every single person in that lobby was shockwaved. Tiger's Prowess, White Tiger's Prowess, which I'm petitioning now to be renamed to White Wolf's Prowess, was actually
explosion?
It was still active. It was still active. So for those of you who don't know what White Tiger's Prowess does, it does a whole host of things, right? When you defeat an enemy, it gives you increased ranged and melee damage resist. But when you defeat an enemy, what it also does is it gives a shockwave on a 10-meter distance. So every single person within 10 meters of any person of Wolves, when they got a kill, just got boom. It was like a miniaturized Big Bang chain reaction going off, which is why you see like 7 players alive, and then you blink and suddenly Wolves are just killing everybody, and it's cutting to their reactions and they're lifting the trophy. It was probably the most anticlimactic finish that we've seen.
It was a mixture of like kind of anticlimactic and just unbelievably explosive. Like the White Tigers
the
just popping everyone.
adrenaline, the atmosphere, the lead up, the amount of follow up that they had to do when they picked up that spirit wall. Like we talked about it, right? It was the be all the win condition. The only way that they walked away with the MVP in that round was the spirit wall. They needed the spirit wall. So when we were talking about like the investment that they made, that Kylan ultimate coming through to just trade spirit wall, capture all of their ultimates back, White Tiger's Pass, like that won them not just the round, but the entire day. Because honestly, I think like looking at some of the other games, if you have to go that far and put that much into one game and you come so close to walking with the trophy, but you don't pick it up, you're not recovering. Like straight up, you're not recovering. No team would be able to recover from being able to be like that close where you can almost touch the trophy and then suddenly like, no, you don't get the win, you haven't done enough. But for Wolves,
I will say though, like it was a huge recovery. The biggest issue with Wolves I find is typically if they lose early, they're in the head all game and they play pretty terrible. And if they are ahead at the beginning of the day and they have a bad game, then they play bad for the rest of the day. This game, they dropped one of those issues. Now, we can't talk about the other one because there weren't any more games, so we don't know. But they had a really bad start. Like, they lost a fight to a team who were a bit lower, quite a bit lower than them in the standings as well. I think it was OUG or DRG. No, it was DRG who beat them.
DRG,
they lost a fight to DRG. Who, you know, I wouldn't say DRG are a bad team, but Wolves have been significantly better today, at least, than them. But they then went into a run with Yang, lost a run with Yang, and it was that miracle run where, like, I think they just took the risks, and the risks rolled in their favor every time. Like, they went into a Sand Siphon team, which they really shouldn't have done, but there were no other options, and they just played that fight as perfectly as they could, which then cleansed them of the debuff, kind of got them a bit of momentum, got them some more gear, some more loot. Then they send, I can't remember who they sent in, but they sent someone, ZK in to steal the golden armor from one of the souls.
Legendary armor, smash and grab from the Spirit Well.
The Spirit Well was absolutely beautiful. Then they managed to wrestle control over stubborn KLA to get control of the Spirit Well, which literally won them the game. Like, they didn't play like the Wolves that I know who, when they fall behind, typically just really struggle and kind of get in their heads. Something their coach has been doing, and obviously it looks like they've probably been working on, is this is a team who look like they have worked not only on their gameplay, but also their kind of like mental well-being within the game and like their thought process and how they decide to do stuff, because they went into this game, they cooled off mid-game from a really, really rough position. Like, you lose your first fight and then you lose the first Realm of Yang. Like, for a lot of players in this league, and we see it a lot, that is just mental boom territory. We'll just try next game. But like, Wolves did not give up. They knew they had invested a lot of hero points into this game, and it paid off. Absolutely beautiful performance coming in from Wolves, and a deserved win overall. It's the scoreboard. Holy moly, they got 11 kills.
Yeah.
So just so you know, when I was casting that final moment, I looked and they had 10 kills. So I was like, they have a lot of work to do. The pop went off.
And then White Tigers popped.
White Tigers took out 11 people, Moxie. That is unbelievable. That is an unbelievable ending.
So you also have to remember, like, at the same time as White Tigers popped, we did have a Kylan V2 going off and catching the players on the bottom half of where the zone was moving away from. But all of the players who were stacked on the top half, yeah, they were all stacked on top, and Wolves got 2 kills on the top half, and every single player within 10 meters just got absolutely obliterated.
What is the cooldown on the pop?
On the pop? It's every enemy.
So just like chain popped is what I'm assuming. I mean, we'll see it again in the replay, but I'm assuming it just went bang, 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 and they all just exploded off
If you've
each
ever
other.
like spent hours just setting up like 1,000 dominoes and then tip them over, that's sort of essentially what happened with White Tigers in the final zone. As we can have a look back and see how exactly Wolves were able to stick the landing, because it was a rough landing. And then they were able to recover. They had Yang depletion. This is the fight where they went up against teams that were just... It was so close. Like you said, they had less than a minute. Here's the Spirit Well investment with that Kylan ultimate, just refusing to give the ground. Coming on through. Remember, they opened up this contest as well, just charged RMBs on the fan. It wasn't an ultimate. Gem held that ultimate as long as he possibly could. Comes through with that Kylan V2, repositions so that he's out of attention focus when the Tessa ultimate pops, grapples up onto the tree to give himself a little bit of time, swapping over to the musket before coming back through to the rest of his team, able to just get that immediate ultimate all the way back through. And here it is, watch it, 19 players alive, blink and you'll miss it. They're all about to disappear. 19 to 18. 18 to 17. And then we're gonna see Tumult Ultimate already invested. 17 players all about to disappear. 17 to 16. Charged RMB on the fan. 16 to 15. Tumult Ultimate still going for Gem with that fan just weaving in and out of every single player, looking to try and recover, putting pressure, forcing the Kurumi Tava. Gets the Hardy Glider, forces the Wishen Teleport, runs out of the zone so that the Viper Ultimate can't actually find the follow-up onto the Kylan. 14 players still alive in this lobby. Charged RMB on the fan. White Tigers still active, and there goes the shockwave.
That is the most satisfying win I think I've ever seen. And that game was by, honestly, that game was by inches at every little fraction. That fight where they had the debuff, they finished that fight with 23 seconds left. So then they had to cleanse themselves in the next 22 seconds. They then barely had much left on that White Tigers. They barely stole the golden armor. They barely secured themselves the Spirit Well. Like, these guys just played so well in this game. And there it is, 29 points under their belt for that game 4. They were almost over double JL's score. Like, just a phenomenal performance coming in from Wolves, and I will admit that might be one of the most satisfying endings I've ever seen. My only other one was the one where a 40 roller was in the final circle.
Oh no.
That was a good one. Or when we first debuted NARAKA, I'm just going to briefly, not debuted NARAKA, when we first debuted Holoroth, a player, it came down to 2 players, and a player just ran over one of the spike traps, not realizing what it did. Take it out, and that was how the whole thing ended.
It's you and me, Jake. It's always you and me. We always get the memorable ends.
We are blessed. We are blessed with our finals, Moxie. But also, speaking of blessed, 1, 2, 3 total kill lead by a significant margin. 29 kills to NiHQ, 20 to Zem, 20 to ZK, 14 to Iran.
It's not just the kill lead. They also led the damage too.
Oh.
NiHQ, Gem, and ZK all did the most damage, the second most damage, and the third most damage of the day.
Deserved win for Wolves, to be honest. We had our concerns, and they proved us wrong. Deserved, absolutely huge victory for them. And man, Wolves finally. Everyone's been on the Wolves hype train. I don't think there isn't a caster on this tournament who hasn't been on the Wolves hype train at some point. And finally we get to see that hype train kind of pay off, and we get to see them get a big win under their belt. They're going to be a team to watch going forwards. There's going to be some other teams I think I really want to look at, because I know we've kind of stuck on Wolves for a while, but Alliance, honestly, had, you know, towards the end, things got a bit shaky, but they had a very good start to the day. They've been a team who have been consistently improving over the last year and a bit. So they're a team for me who are kind of like my new dark horse to keep my eyes on, because Alliance are looking pretty juicy.
Yeah, I think BIWEEK1 for me is the one that I've got my eye on to see where they go. They've been slowly but very steadily improving. JL always going to be a discussion point, especially as we get closer to Jacob. JL are going to be feeling much more pressure to try and retain the championship title that they've had 2 of their players picking up. And I feel like as well, there's a lot of pressure. There was a lot of pressure on JL coming into season 1 of the spring split, right? And then the fact that they weren't able to meet those expectations, and GG were the ones that walked away with a win. That's probably lit a fire beneath them. They are going to be doing much more. They're going to be pushing much harder, because competition, it's always good to see. You don't want stagnation, because if you win everything, there's never really any challenge. There's no real reason for you to keep improving and pushing forward for more and more and more. But both in solos and in trios, we're starting to see those pushes are coming through. All of those players, all of those teams who haven't been in the #1 spot have been working behind the scenes at getting to a place where they're going to be able to challenge those. Just like JDG Shusheng was able to take solos yesterday, Wolves finally able to no more the underdogs, put themselves into a pole finish.
It was cool to see our underdogs win all across solos and trios in the first bi-weekly as well. You know, Shusheng win in solos, and now Wolves winning in trios. Obviously, we'll be switching away from the 4-day meta that we've been playing on. Actually, no, 8-day maximum for finals. But we'll be going back to normal, which is going to be 6-game day, starting on Pedora, going to Holoroth, Morris. Pedora, Holoroth, Morris will be our rotation as per normal going forwards for the rest of the split. Super excited to see some more of these teams now. It's been fun because it's been a while since we've been on the main broadcast for Nbpl. Obviously, you opened us up last week, but I haven't been here since finals of the trios last spring. So it's nice to come back. It's kind of re-energized me, reignited my passion for this game. And what a banger a way to open the whole thing. My White Parrot Tigers just wiping an entire lobby in Game 4 victory for Wolves. They won 3 of the 4 games today. Unbelievable performance coming in from them.
Yeah, I hope it gives them confidence as well, going into the rest of the season, that it teaches them, even if they have a little bit of a rough start or a rough patch halfway through one of these games, if they stick to their guns, they can still overcome those obstacles and as a team finish out, because it was as a team. The trust that those players had in one another is absolutely monumental, and it paid off, in spades. So it's really good to get to see, because, Wolves are one of these teams who they don't really change their roster around. They've stuck with these 3 players, and they've just polished these players and worked on these players more and more and more, instead of picking up players or trying to poach from some of the other teams. And you can see that long-term investment is paying off. Their coaching staff is doing a lot of things very right with the players that they've got.
Yeah, they did a fantastic job of kind of like recognizing raw talent and then working and polishing upon that talent after that. So, yeah, I'm super impressed by the investment of Wolves. I'm super impressed by the growth of Wolves. I think the thing that's got me most excited about this entire tournament and this split is I think we've been seeing consistent growth from multiple teams across like the end of last year going into this year, like Alliance stepping up, Wolves now stepping up. I genuinely think JDG are actually a pretty decent team. I think they've shown a lot of growth. I think also what I like about JDG is they're a team who have also shown a lot of initiative. Like they're not defining metas, but they are doing things that other teams aren't doing, or they're picking them up quicker than a lot of the other teams. So I think we've got so many good teams that are like currently in the oven, and slowly one by one they're coming out of that oven, and we're gonna have like a fully baked region soon where it won't just be the kind of like, you know, for a while it was like the FPX and the and like the
XCG,
XCG, you know, we kind of had like the big four, and then like GG were like that bridesmaid, like we said, for ages, but now they're a real contender. Very, very exciting stuff coming up in this split, and I'm itching to get going with more games, but that is the end of today, guys. Thank you very much for joining us here for the first bi-weekly finals. We'll be kicking things off once again on Thursday, normal time, so make sure to join us for then. Good night. We'll see you later.
这里